Yankees.
Let's see what it does to the standings in the wild card, presented by Mazda. Driving matters. So the Yankees and the Royals essentially tied. Both of those teams have passed the Mariners. The Tigers and the Astros stand between them and the Orioles. The Orioles right now hold that second wild card. Let's talk about tonight. Tonight's pitching matchup brought to you by People's United Bank NA. See what know-how can do for you. Former Yankee Ian Kennedy will get the start for the Royals. And for the Yankees, it's Luis Cessa. And Davidson's moving into the rotation. He has shown some real good ability.
Well, he has, and that's the thing with the shortage of starting pitching around the big leagues. What a find Brian Cashman found with Luis Cessa. Came over in the Justin Wilson trade along with Chad Green. And Cessa's stuff probably further along than just about any other prospect they have. A full repertoire, good changeups, good sliders, and a mid-90s fastball. The kid's got a big-time arm. The last piece of the puzzle, command and control, but I think the Yankees should be very excited, Yankee fans as well. This kid's got a real shot.
All right, we are closing in on baseball here in Kansas City. Moments away from Yankees and the Royals, but first, we visit the studio after a quick break. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry get you caught up everything going on in MLB.
Last night was a wild one for the Yankees and for Chasen Shreve. He actually started his day in Buffalo, New York. From there, he had to go to Detroit to fly to Kansas City. He got in so late, he wasn't able to go to the team hotel. He had to come right here to the ballpark. Little did he know, later in that game, he would be coming in the 10th inning in a huge situation. Bases loaded, 1 out. He'd face Kendrys Morales and attack from the get-go, eventually getting him to swing through on a splitter. I caught up with him after the game to ask him about that pitch.
Me and Larry have been working on it a lot, and when I was down in the minor leagues, worked on it a lot, and just scripted and ripped it, honestly, and it came out good, and it's a good pitch.
It was good. I mean, he got ahead, and he was able to, throw a really good split to Morales, and then he got ahead of Perez too. So I mean, it's, he's been through it before. He's been in some tough situations, and he was able to come through.
This is a big one. I mean, it has been frustrating, and today was nice. I enjoyed it.
Yankees fans would agree it was a big one as well as they continue to chase that second wild card. Plenty more to come here on the Yes Network. When we get back, Michael Kay will be joined by John Flaherty and David Cohn after the break, right here on Yes.
Powered by Sleepy's. Shop Sleepy's holiday sale with up to half off nearly every mattress. Sleepy's, the only mattress professionals. By Mohegan Sun. Unlimited possibilities await you at Mohegan Sun. Plan your trip at MoheganSun.com. And by Honda. Get the Honda you love at the Honda Summer Clearance Event. Now at your Honda dealer. All right, we're ready for the rubber game of this 3-game set. The Royals have taken the field. They're waiting on Ian Kennedy to take them out. Now he comes out of the Royals dugout. There's Luis Cessa coming in from the Yankee bullpen. Let me give you the Yankees starting lineup, which is presented by Lexus. Yankees come in at 68 and 63. And they lead off their left fielder, Brett Gardner. The center fielder, Jacoby Ellsbury, bats second. He had 4 hits last night. The catcher, Gary Sanchez, hits third. Cleaning up, first baseman, Mark Teixeira. Didi Gregorius. The shortstop will bat 5th. Batting 6th and playing second base, Starlin Castro. Brian McCann has good numbers against Ian Kennedy. He'll be the DH. He'll bat 7th. Batting 8th and playing third base, Chase Headley. And the right fielder is Aaron Hicks, batting 9th.
So look at former Yankee Ian Kennedy, former #1 draft at one point, along with Jabba Chamberlain. That seems like eons ago at this point. He's turned it around, really actually a pretty solid season after a bit of a rough start, but he is right in the middle of that Royals rotation, and he's leading that staff right now along with Danny Duffy. And Let's go ahead and give you the pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. And it's really been a second half run. He's only allowed 17 earned runs in his last 54 innings pitched. That's to the tune of a 2.83 ERA following the All-Star break. And it's really come down to damage control. He's got 28 home runs given up on the year, but just 2 in his last 7 outings. So he's figured out a way to keep it in the ballpark. And he's got the K-ball working too, Flash. He's almost got a strikeout per inning and certainly been on a strikeout run as of late. You saw his numbers before. 153 strikeouts, and his rate at just under 9 Ks per 9 innings actually is 8th in the American League right now. So he certainly is a strikeout type pitcher at this point in his career.
Which is a little surprising because you look at his stuff. I mean, the fastball's 92 and he throws it a lot, about 65% of the time. Curveball, changeup, cutter, but he'll come right at you with that fastball. He's obviously proud of it.
Brett Gardner yesterday was on base 5 times in 6 plate appearances. So that is a good leadoff night. Yankees will try to win this. Tomorrow's an off day. Then they start a 3-game set in Baltimore against the Orioles. Gardner's ready. Kennedy is ready. And let's do it here in KC. The first pitch is outside, and we're underway. The crew chief, Jeff Kellogg, is the home plate umpire. John Tumpane at first, Brian O'Nora at second, and Pat Hoberg is over at third. There's a strike, hitting the outside corner, 1-1.
This game really has a big game feel to it. You think back to last night, the Royals had every opportunity to cash in the bottom of the 10th. They couldn't do it. Yankees held on for a gritty win. Try to take this series and enjoy that off day tomorrow.
Fly ball left field. Gordon drifts back, and he makes the play. Let's check out the Royals defense presented by Geico. Gordon, a Gold Glove winner, he's in left. You've got Dyson in center and Paulo Orlando over in right. Lorenzo Cain has the night off. In the infield, it's Cuthbert, Escobar, Mondesi, and Hosmer. Pretty good defensive infield, third to first. Sal Perez behind the plate, and on the mound is Ian Kennedy. Since July 30th, Kennedy has pitched to a 1.14 ERA. Here's Jacoby Ellsbury. He had 4 hits last night, and that ties a career high, which he's done now 15 times. And the game-winning hit probably was the softest of the bunch. Just one off of Soria, could not really get his footing under him. Ricocheted out, and Ellsbury beat it out. Looking to make it 1-0 there, 0-2.
Good breaking ball right there from Kennedy. The first curveball we've seen early in this game. Velocity a tick higher than I thought it was going to be. He's hit 94 a few times. It looks pretty pumped up early on.
Soft ground ball is short. Escobar gets Ellsbury for the second out. That'll bring up Gary Sanchez, and that brings us to the Honda League leaders. And this is about extra base hits in the major leagues in the month of August. You've got Brian Dozier of the Twins with 23, and then Sanchez is second with 19, and 4 players tied with 18. Been that sort of month. He's probably going to be very sorry to see August of 2016 end. Sanchez with an 8-game hitting streak. He had 1 hit in 6 at-bats last night. And a strike. A little bit of a breeze here at Kauffman Stadium. Been very heavy air these last 2 days, very humid. But today, kind of a nice feel as the game has begun. Under blue skies. The flag's out in right center, flapping toward the right field foul pole. The flag's out left, not doing too much. And a strike.
Get an early read here. You better swing the bat, Flash, right? I mean, Jeff Kellogg's not afraid to raise that right hand. And of course, it helps with Ian Kennedy's all around the plate.
See that look Jeff Kellogg was giving Gary Sanchez right there? Like, you know what? I know you've had a great month of August, but you're still a young kid.
There's always the human element. Umpires know who the starters are. They have their own scouting reports. They know what to expect. And Kennedy's got a good reputation for good control. And getting some calls early.
The 1-2. 2-2. Just underway here at the K. 2 outs, nobody on top of the first. And the pitch. Fouled away. Let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 78 degrees, humidity somewhat high at 62%. The wind 9 miles per hour. It's partly cloudy. I don't know if it's balmy, but that's the official forecast. Sanchez steps out. And the 2-2. Chop foul.
You hear the term Flash, the lightning in a bottle. Teams are always looking to catch lightning in a bottle. I don't think the Yankees could have ever expected this kind of lightning in a bottle that they've gotten from Sanchez. He's really had a major impact on their entire offensive output.
Driven out to right field and deep, giving chase Orlando. He's on the run. It's going to be over his head and off the base of the wall. Going for 2 is Sanchez, and he is going to make it. That extends his hitting streak to 9 straight. And he has a 2-out double here in the first.
Well, to your point, David, this isn't a kid who's come up and just pulled home runs, hit mistakes. That is a quality at bat, fouling off tough pitches and then driving a ball the other way. And the only question was whether it had enough to reach the seats. Easily cruising into second base. And if you look at that whole at bat with the approach, fouling off tough pitches and driving one the other way, you can see why he had a big month of August.
Here's Mark Teixeira with a runner in scoring position. And a strike from Kennedy.
The Yankees had trouble scoring runs all year long. 3 runs was a big output for him. Now all of a sudden averaging over 5 runs a game since Sanchez has shown up.
Well, Brian O'Nora, the home plate umpire on Monday, was giving the pitch off the plate. If anything, I guess Teixeira thought it was a little low, but on that replay doesn't seem as if it was.
Let's put it this way, it might be a good night to be on the mound.
Confidence builder. When an umpire's calling strikes, you just start letting it go. Shooting for the corners.
Missed inside.
You know what I like about watching Ian Kennedy? He kind of tucks his left shoulder and it gives him a little deception. And when he finishes, David, it looks like it's 100% through the zone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looks like he's getting everything out of his body.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see that kind of hip rotation as much anymore in today's game. A lot of abbreviated pitching motions.
Fly ball, left side. Long run for Gordon coming on, and he gets there for the final out. No runs to hit, no errors, and 1 man left. It's the Yankees nothing, and the Kansas City Royals coming to bat. Gerard Dyson, the center fielder, leads off, batting second and playing third base. Chesler Cuthbert. Eric Hosmer at first base is going to bat third. Cleaning up the DH, Kendrys Morales. Salvador Perez will catch, he'll bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing left field, Alex Gordon. Paulo Orlando in right field will bat seventh. Batting eighth, playing shortstop, Alcides Escobar. And the 21-year-old rookie, Raul Mondesi, he'll play second base and he'll bat ninth.
Got some names in that lineup, Michael. Test your linguistic skills there. Luis Cessa. I'm excited about this guy. To me, he's got a real chance with his stuff and repertoire. And you see abbreviated numbers there. Pretty solid. Let's go ahead and tell you about him in the pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. A big-time arm, up to 98 miles an hour on the top-end velocity. He really is a true 3 or 4 pitch pitcher. Good changeup to go with it. And command and control, the last piece of the puzzle.
Oh, nice play by Headley, playing in on the grass. And he took a hit away from Dyson. That's a pick-me-up for a pitcher to get that right away.
I was just thinking the same thing. That ball finds a hole, and you're saying one pitch, base hit, runner on base. Headley makes a great play, and Luis Cessa says, you know what? This might be my night.
Especially first inning, first hitter. Kind of exhale when you're on the mound, and obviously Headley guarding against the bunt, playing in. And once again, really all year long, Chase Headley's played an outstanding third base.
Cuthbert takes a strike. Last night's third baseman, Christian Colon, was optioned to the minors today because the Royals needed another arm in the bullpen. So they're playing with a shorter bench. Line drive, right field. It's a base hit in front of Hicks. So that gives Cuthbert a 4-game hitting streak, a 1-out single. Let's take a look at the Yankees defense presented by Geico. You've got Gardner, Ellsbury, and Hicks left to right in the outfield. You've already seen Headley at third. Gregorius in short, Castro at second, Teixeira over at first. Gary Sanchez behind the plate. Luis Cessa is on the mound.
So you mentioned that kid got optioned out, right? He doesn't go anywhere, does he? I mean, he'll be right back tomorrow when rosters expand.
In all likelihood, yes.
Yeah, when the minor league season ends officially, then you don't have to stay down for 10 days.
Right.
You get right back here.
But if you send him to a minor league team that has games that are in the playoffs, they have to stay down the 10 days. That's why Kirby Yates was sent down to the Yankees Pulaski team, whose season ends, so he can come back Friday in Baltimore. (1-0). 2-0 on Hosmer. Hosmer was 2 for 3, a home run and 2 runs batted in, and won the MVP in the All-Star game this year. American League won, so the World Series home field advantage will go to the American League team in the World Series.
Pretty good action on a 2-0 changeup right there, and that's the real difference. We've talked a lot about secondary pitches. Luis Severino, Chad Green evaluating young pitchers. Pretty good sign early in the game that you have confidence to throw this pitch on a 2-0 count to Eric Hosmer, and look at the depth to that changeup.
You see he throws 95, David. You mentioned he can get up to 98, but the changeup is all about arm speed and selling the pitch. Come down the hill with the same delivery, you're aggressive, and it never gets there. Now you threw a split more than a change, right?
I threw more of a split, but I think any third pitch, a split or a changeup, you almost have to use fast arm as well. There's always a little finish to it. You have to spin the changeup or tug, you know, on the splitter at the end. The problem is a lot of pitchers end up pushing or quitting on it. We saw that with Luis Severino and his changeup, to where there wasn't any finish on it, or he threw it too hard. You've got to trust the grip and then have the same arm speed as your fastball.
3-2. There's one. No return throw, so hit too slowly to get a double play, even on Hosmer, who's not that fleet of foot.
Great look at that changeup again with the arm action and the movement, the slow ground ball. But the toughest pitch for any hitter to hit is a good changeup because it looks like a fastball, never gets there. You see him way out front.
Yeah, that pitch right there is why he's first in line in the pecking order. He jumped ahead of really a lot of the other starters, including Luis Severino, who's going to come up probably tomorrow or the next day as a reliever.
Morales hits one deep to center field. Ellsbury back, track, wall, see ya. A 2-run home run for Morales, and the Royals are up 2-0. His 22nd home run of the year.
Well, we were talking about the changeup and what a quality pitch that is. Gary Sanchez, the one thing I've noticed from him in his young career, he loves calling that get-me-over curveball on the first pitch. We saw it last night from Tanaka. He got away with it early, and you wonder if maybe there's a scatter report that he likes calling first pitch gets-me-over curveballs, and it just rolls right in the middle. You're banking that hitter is not going to be aggressive, and he'll take it. Obviously, Morales was all over it.
426 feet that was measured at. Swing and a miss by Perez.
Morales, the type of hitter you almost throw an 0-2 pitch from the first pitch on because he's that much of a free swinger.
Well, people here in KC, I was talking to Ryan Lefevre, the TV play-by-play guy, and they were shocked that Morales yesterday against Shreve took 2 first-pitch fastballs for strikes. As Shreve got ahead, and then he put him away. But Morales is an extraordinarily aggressive hitter. And this entire team will jump on the first pitch. They're not looking for walks. And the 1-2. Fly ball, right center. Ellsbury's there, and that will do it. Well, the Royals get 2 runs on 2 hits. First pitch curveball, Morales jumps all over it. Dead center, 22nd home run, a 2-run blast. We go to the second, Royals 2, Yankees nothing. The RAV4 Hybrid is the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. Which prospect are you most looking forward to seeing when rosters expand tomorrow, and why? Don Fanute said Jorge Mateo. I look forward to seeing his blazing speed on the base paths, which would be nice off the bench. I don't think you're going to see him, Don, because he's not on the 40-man roster. And unless they make a move to get him on the 40-man roster tomorrow, he's not coming up, and the Yankees don't have a great need at shortstop, so you'll have to wait till next spring training, I think. But things could change. Follow Yes Network. Tweet us your responses using hashtag #YankeesRav4Hybrid. Keep the conversation going.
Yeah, that's a good point, Michael. And obviously the trade the Yankees made for Eric Young Jr. kind of fits that profile for the pinch runner that most teams try to find in September.
Grounded to first. Hosmer beats Gregorius to the bag. One away.
I don't know if you were in the situation, David, but at the end of the year in AAA, you're always looking around your clubhouse. Okay, which is the guy who could fly? Because he's probably getting called up, even if he didn't have a great year. There's a backup catcher that's probably going to get called up, a left-handed reliever, and then guys who had a good year. Right? Pretty much the formula.
Yeah, pecking order.
Yeah.
I don't think the Yankees will call up a catcher because they're carrying 3 catchers.
Right.
And Joe said today, a couple of position players, and they'll obviously try to bolster the bullpen. Pitch outside to Castro. Very strange, the Yankees yesterday announced that Ben Gamel had won the MVP of the International League, and they traded him today. And that opens up a 40-man spot. Later on in the day, they acquired Eric Young Jr. And that's a perfect guy off the bench to run. There's the Gamel trade. They sent him to Seattle for 2 pitchers, Gio Orozco and Juan DePaula. Those are very young pitchers.
If I'm Ben Gamel, I'm happy. You're probably going to get a
good
shot.
for him. Good for him.
You're going to get a shot to play finally. And there's a logjam of left-handed hitting outfielders in the Yankee system.
You know what? Everybody has their opinion on the September call-ups, but you know, I remember being a player in '93, had a good year, knew I was going up to the big leagues, and got a bone chip in my elbow that it locked up. You talk about panic because you're going to lose 30 days of big league time. And I know a lot of people have opinions that it changes pennant races, and I get all of that, but it's a big deal, you know, for a young kid to get up here for a month and kind of get your feet wet and get a feel for things.
1-2.
Yeah, all the external issues too, medical coverage, pension, a lot of little details for a minor league player who is not covered by a union,
Sure.
who has no pension, who has no medical benefits.
Well, the groundwork for the Yankee string of championships starting in '96 actually was laid in '95, where Derek Jeter got a call up. And although he wasn't active on the roster in the postseason against Seattle, the Yankees, Buck Showalter and Gene Michael, wanted him with the team. So he knew what this was all about. This is what the Yankees were playing for, and they would be playing for in the future. So when they were in the playoffs in '96, that really wasn't new for him. Posada was a pinch runner. People forget that Jorge came up as a second baseman, actually had good speed, until he suffered a broken leg. But he was a pinch runner in that 5-game set against Seattle in '95. Andy Pettit had a great year.
It set the stage for '96 and then the run. Mariano Rivera, Jeter. In '96, they showed up ready to go.
One, 2. 2-2. So Castro putting together good at bat against Kennedy. Kennedy in January of this year signed a 5-year, $70 million free agent deal with the Royals, and that raised some eyebrows. And not only did he get a real good deal, but he also got an opt-out after 2 years. So if he has a good year next year, he can get even more money. Ground ball is short. Cuthbert, 2 away.
Kind of the horse for the course too. Kennedy, you know, a 4-seam fastball pitcher, very good spin rate on his fastball, got life to it, fly ball style pitcher, and in this ballpark it's worked out pretty well. He's pitched well at home this year, and that's what the Royals were banking on his ability to match up with this ballpark. Got a 3.05 ERA on the year at home.
Now, he took a little bit of a gamble because he pitched for the Padres last year, and they gave him the qualifying offer, $15.8 million. So that's more than he makes over the average of the 5-year deal, but he wanted the long-term security, and also the opt-out makes it an attractive deal. McCann popped up. Third base side, foul territory. Cuthbert is there. And the Yankees go down in order 1-2-3 against Ian Kennedy. We're going to go to the bottom of the second. Kansas City 2, the Yankees nothing. '31st, '95, that year we're talking about with David. Paul O'Neill hits 3 home runs, drives in 8 runs, and the Yankees defeat the Angels 11-6. And David, by that time, you guys were in we've got to win every single game mode.
And it felt like we did down the stretch, and that was the first wild card season, and the '95 Yankees were the first wild card winner in the American League.
Pitch to Alex Gordon as a strike. Also on this date in 1997 in Yankee history, the captain Don Mattingly had his number 23 retired by the Yankees.
We didn't know what to do, Michael, when we finally clinched. Do we celebrate? Do we break open the champagne? It's a wild card. What do we win? And a little bit of mystery as well how to handle it.
In Toronto, right?
In Toronto, yes. I remember Don Mattingly after the final out going down to one knee and kind of fist bumping the turf in Toronto.
David, you've been on a lot of teams and a lot of celebrations. You've won 5 world titles, and I can't remember one team playing for one common goal, and it seemed to be to get Don Mattingly to the postseason that year.
Yeah, he was so beloved by everybody who ever played with him. I mean, he really was the captain.
So did you pop the champagne?
We did. We said, what the heck? Let's go ahead.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Gordon down on strikes. Here's O'Neill's 3 home runs. That one into the bleachers. And here's one off of now the Yankee bullpen coach, Mike Harkey. And Mike's somewhere out there. Our first look at Paulo Orlando in this series. He takes a strike. On the Royals' completed road trip before this series began, he was 2 for 17. Fly ball down the right field line. Long run for Hicks. And it's in the seats and out of play. grounded foul.
Orlando, really good athlete. The Brazilian track star. Fantastic speed.
Chopped to third and under the glove of Headley and into left field. Orlando's going for 2, and he's going to make it.
Kind of one of those do or die plays. You see the chopper, you got to come. You got to commit and come to get it. You see Headley. Just a whiff right underneath the glove, trying to come up a little too quick on his glove. You see on the short hop, always the toughest one. Probably thinking about throwing because of Orlando's speed. Right off the end of the bat, too.
And that has scored an E5.
Sure, Headley would agree that he should have had it.
They took a hit away from Dyson and now gives 2 bases to Orlando. Here's Escobar. 1-0. One and one.
One of the key times you're trying to evaluate a young pitcher. The Yankees, in this case, obviously Cessa. He gave up the 2-run home run, and the first to Morales came back pretty nicely. Now, see how he reacts to an error, 2-base error. Looks like he has no fear to me. I mean, it still comes down to command and control of his stuff, but demeanor on the mound, good presence.
You know, I totally agree. Some of the fastballs he threw to the lefty Alex Gordon in right on the corner, just off the plate, not afraid to go in on Escobar right there. Using the whole plate. A nice talk with Joe Girardi about Cessa, and he kind of mentioned the same thing. The fearlessness always seems to be in attack mode. He's not kind of finessing and pitching away from contact. He's letting it fly, and you're either going to get me or I'm going to get you.
Line to left field. It is a base hit for Escobar. Orlando scores easily. Escobar at second with an RBI double, and it's 3-0 Kansas City.
Well, David, you talk about it all the time. Fastball command on a 3-1 count. You see where Sanchez is setting up. You see where it ends up. It's supposed to be the outside corner. It ends up middle, down in. Escobar takes advantage of that. A hitter's count. Good pitch to drive.
The old school saying, here comes a 3-1 fastball. Nothing better for a hitter. Very predictable.
Here's Raul Mondesi. Fly ball, right field. Hicks back. And he'll make the play on the warning track. Tagging is Escobar. And Escobar goes to third. So long out for Mondesi, 2 away. I think this kid's going to hit. Out of the gate, he hasn't hit much, but he certainly held his own in the field. So a long drive to right field, but too much ballpark.
Yeah, he doesn't look like your average punch and Judy hitter, you know, kind of a slap style. He swings the bat with authority. So Mondesi with speed and some bat speed as well. Foot speed and bat speed.
Here's Dyson. Fastball at 96, misses outside. And the 1-0. Check swing. 2-0. Count 3-0. And he walks Dyson on 4 pitches. Obviously, Dyson is a threat to go. And Larry Rothschild will come out and talk with Cessa. They need length out of Cessa tonight. That is an exhausted bullpen. The reinforcements are not coming until Friday. In all likelihood, there are some guys that can't even go tonight. Tyler Clippard probably not available. Betances is up in the air, and what Joe said before the game really rings true. They don't have a long man out there. Everybody that's out there is essentially a short reliever. There's no Luis Cessa out there where if he comes in, he can give you 5 or 6 innings, so they need length out of Luis Cessa.
I think probably the closest guy to that would be Adam Warren, who had been stretched out as a starter with the Cubs in AAA. He did throw last night, but not much.
So here's Chesler Cuthbert. Cuthbert single to right. Runner goes from first. Throw to second. Not in time. Stolen base for Dyson. That was quick. They have had no compunction whatsoever about running on Gary Sanchez in the series.
Yeah, that's part of their game, is to be aggressive on the base paths. You see the throw just up the line a little bit. Again, Sanchez gets rid of it in pretty good shape. Dyson a good jump. Stolen base number 23.
Good jump on an off-speed pitch. Tough combination to beat.
Well, an important batter here now, with runners on second and third and 2 outs, already down 3-0. Chop to Didi, and Cessa works out of further trouble. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 big error, and 2 men left on base. We'll go to the third. It's 3-0 Kansas City. Montefiore doing more in state-of-the-art healthcare. Tim Wong pitched yesterday. Actually, he was throwing the ball well and throwing the ball hard, but placed on a 15-day DL with biceps tendonitis. And Lorenzo Cain listed as day-to-day. Remember, kind of doubled over in pain with that sore wrist. He's available today, but they prefer to keep him out of the game. Here's Chase Headley, who had that big error in the second. He'll lead off. 8-9-1 against Kennedy. That's wrapped to right. And right there is Orlando. 1 pitch, 1 out. Here's Aaron Hicks.
If you're the Royals, you got to feel pretty good. You spotted your hot pitcher, 3 runs. Going to be a real test for this Yankee lineup to get to Kennedy here. Veteran pitcher usually knows what to do when he gets an early lead.
Three and 0 on Hicks. Remember when Kennedy was with the Yankees and coming up through the system and then eventually breaking through on the big league level, the word was, and nobody ever said it publicly, it was just whispers that they didn't think he was tough enough to make it in New York. That one is looped into left center, and Dyson there quickly to make the play. I mean, I don't know what that means. I don't know how different New York is than other places, but you know, I look at Boston. I think Boston's tougher to play in than New York. More voracious media. And here is Ian Kennedy wearing David's old number. I just don't know what to make of, you know, not the right mindset to pitch in New York.
Well, you know what I remember, though? There were some games that he got beat up pretty good, and then he was talking to the media about how he thought he threw the ball well. And I know as an ex-player and a would-be teammate, I'd be paying attention to that, saying, wait a second, you didn't have a good game. Sometimes own up to it is a little better than speaking around it.
That's exactly right. It was a bad first impression. And he never really got a chance to recover from it.
Yeah.
But certainly has had a nice major league career and was rewarded with this long-term contract here in Kansas City. After a rough start the first half, he's really turned it around. In fact, it looked like Kansas City might be looking to try to trade him up until the trade deadline this year. His name was on the rumor mill, and he, since that point, has really come on.
Well, he's made a commitment full-time to Kansas City. They made a 5-year commitment to him, and he moved his family here full-time. Kids are going to school here year-round, so he's trying to become part of the community. 2-1. Fouled away.
Well, you think back, Kansas City Royal pitching coach Dave Island was the pitching coach with the Yankees. So there is a history there, and you wonder if that came into part of the equation, signing as a free agent. Dave Island there knows Ian Kennedy and Jabba Chamberlain and Phil Hughes, all those guys, better than anybody.
Two. There's Dave on the right. And the 3-2. Grounded to first. Backhanded by Hosmer. Flips to Kennedy. And the Yankees are down in order 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the third. It's 4-0 KC. Create your stunning website today by People's United Bank NA, where mobile cash management keeps your business at hand. And by your Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2016 models. Beautiful night in Kansas City. After a 59-minute rain delay yesterday between the 5th and 6th innings, it's 3-0 here. Bottom of the third, Eric Hosmer leads off. Cessa deals high. So it's 3-0 Kansas City. Through 2 innings, 38 pitches for Cessa, 22 strikes. That one's driven to left field. Giving chase is Gardner, looking up. See ya! An opposite field home run for Eric Hosmer. His 19th of the year, his 80th ribby, and the Royals lead 4-0.
Well, this is the real difference in the game today. A lot of these hitters, when they get fastballs out over the plate, the ability to drive it the other way. The only way you can do that is let the ball get really deep on your back leg. Well, that's impressive right there, going the other way, hitting in the perfect spot, about 335 feet.
That one's popped up off the bat of Morales. Long run for Didi, and he makes the play. Boy, did he cover a lot of real estate.
A little awkward there at the end. You wonder maybe if he tweaked something. He ran such a long way and wasn't quite sure how much more room he had.
He is walking very gingerly, and Joe Girardi is talking with Steve Donahue.
You watch how far he goes. Then he gets to about the warning track, and then right there, like a little misstep.
Grounded to Didi and passed him into left field. And Perez will reach. We'll see how they score that. Give him a base hit.
The Royals are all over Cessa's fastball, who's, as we talked about, kind of comes down to command, the last piece of the puzzle. And of course, Gregorius is going to get tried right after he just tweaks his knee. And the one player on the field now the Yankees look at across, you take it for granted, he's so durable, is Gregorius. It kind of hold your breath and hope he's okay.
Got to look at that on Yesmo, brought to you by your Tri-State Mercedes-Benz dealer.
David, you bring up a good point about the fastball and the command, because you think back to a lot of these balls that have been hit hard. They're missing. They're missing by a good half a plate.
I love Sessa's stuff. I love his demeanor on the mound, but you know, he's a converted position player, and understanding your own mechanics, being able to make adjustments on the fly is going to be something that's going to be really challenging for him. Being able to understand your checkpoints and your mechanics to make adjustments quicker.
Swing and a miss, 2-2. Two. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Gordon down on strikes. 2 outs.
He's brought his changeup tonight. I mean, this is the one pitch that's been consistent for him. It's not a straight change either. It's got action on it, almost a split finger type action. Good depth.
That one gets past Sanchez, goes back to the screen as Perez advances to second.
Well, we praise Gary Sanchez when this is the Hosmer at bat, but we praise Gary Sanchez for how he blocks balls in the dirt. A little lazy right there. Kind of went with the backhand, didn't get away with it. Got to expect a slider in the dirt. It's there, and he's kind of late. Tries the backhand.
Two 2-0 to Orlando, who reached on an E5. A short hopper under the glove of Headley. That was in the second. It's 4-0 Royals.
It's the part of the game where you hear a lot of pitching coaches talking about the game speeding up for Sessa. You can kind of see he's getting in rapid fire mode here and not really being able to slow himself down, slow the game down. Started the game 7 of 9 first pitch strikes, just 2 of 7 since. Now falls behind 3-0.
One off speed on 3-0, now 3-1. And the pitch. 3-2. Orlando really hits well here at Kauffman Stadium. .337 home batting average. It's good for 8th in the American League. Didn't play baseball till late in life. Really a find by the Royals. 3-2. Ripped to left field. Right there is Gardner. And that'll do it. But Kansas City gets a run on 2 hits. The run came off this swing as the lefty swinging Hosmer goes the other way. Right down the line, a solo shot, 4-0 Royals. First, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. And in the fourth, the Audi scoreboard tells us the Royals are up 4-0. It'll be Ellsbury, Sanchez, and Teixeira against Ian Kennedy. Kennedy, through 3, has thrown 41 pitches, 28 strikes. One and 0. Got the fastball by him, 1-1. Ellsbury grounded to short in the first inning. We mentioned yesterday a career high tying 4 hits, including the game winner in the top of the 10th. And the 1-1. 1-2. The rubber game of this 3-game set. The Yankees have been winning series. This is a big game. Last night was a big game. They are all big games here from here on out. A weak wave there by Ellsbury, and he disgustedly throws his bat down. So he's out. Strikeout 2-3, 1 away.
Ian Kennedy's doing such a good job getting ahead in the count and getting it in your head as a hitter that he's going to attack you with that fastball. So he's getting some weak swings at the breaking ball. I mean, clearly down, but as a hitter, you're on the defensive for that fastball because you got beat the last pitch. I don't want to get beat again. I'm waving out in front.
It's one of the things I always tried to work on. Throw my curveball right on top of home plate. You'd be surprised how often that works. Case in point right there.
Here's Gary Sanchez. The Yankees only hit a double over the head of Orlando and right. One and 0. One on the fastball.
Kind of contrast the mechanics of Kennedy and Sessa. You see Kennedy, you mentioned it, Flash, really staying close longer. See the rotation. Sessa kind of flying open.
Yeah.
Just the opposite with his front side, the glove side, what we call the front side. Kennedy really closes off his delivery. Chin to the shoulder, stays closed longer. Allows you to hide the ball, gives your arm and your wrist time to get up on top in the proper release point.
2-1. Grounded in the hole. Backhanded by Escobar. The long throw. He took a hit away from Sanchez.
Oh, he spoke last night about Escobar. He plays every game for the Kansas City Royals. They know exactly what they're getting at shortstop. Once he gets the leather on it, the strong throwing arm with the catcher running, an impressive play. It's the difference between minor league baseball and the big leagues. Big league infielders, more range, more arm strength, accuracy. Nice play.
Teixeira lines one the other way. And there's a 2-out single for the Yankee first baseman. Mark is 8 for his last 23. So that's going to bring up Didi Gregorius. Didi has a career-high 11-game hitting streak. He grounded to first. That was in the second. Ground ball to second base. Mondesi. And that'll do it. No runs a hit, no errors, one man left. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. It's 4-0 Kansas City. The moment, at any moment, with game day live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Escobar will lead off, and he'll take a strike from Sessa as we start the bottom of the fourth inning. Audi scoreboard, 4-0 Royals. Ground ball is short. One away here in the fourth. We mentioned yesterday that a big part of what the Royals do on the bases, a lot of the credit goes to their first base coach, Rusty Kuntz, and also all their outfield defense, their alignments, where the guys play. And he had a really funny line in an interview in Baseball Prospectus. And I think a lot of old-time baseball guys feel like this. He's 60 years old. Mondesi takes inside. He said, we take all the information from the geniuses upstairs and then we do what we want to do with it.
And are allowed to do that.
Right. And he said, now, no disrespect to them. He said, they're giving us outfield defense. He goes, and they don't know if that pitcher has different stuff than all the time they've studied him. He said, I'm going to make that judgment my own. Fly ball to left field. Gardner's there. 2 away. He said, there's no way that you can just eliminate the human element from it and say, this is what the machines say. He said, we take the information and we use it, but we tweak off of it. He said, any team that's not allowed to tweak off of it, he said, it just doesn't make sense to use it that way.
Well, especially late in games or situational type plays that could happen. A 1-to-1 game in the 7th inning is different than the 3rd inning with nobody on base.
Kuhn's one of the rare players and coaches that won World Series in both jobs, as a player and last year as a coach.
Well, thinking back to what you said about him, how much time he spent on each pitcher, an hour and a half on each one.
On each pitcher.
Wow.
And he said, you know, this interview was conducted late last week. He said, I'm exhausted now. He said, especially when you play interleague series where you don't have any information already in the bank, you're going to see that team maybe 2 or 3 days, and that's it. Nice play by Teixeira. He'll step on the bag, and Sessa with a bounce back 4th inning as he retires Kansas City in order 1, 2, 3. On the backhand, Teixeira touches up. We go to the 5th. Here in the 5th inning, it's 4-0 Kansas City on the Cadillac scoreboard. Royals with 5 hits, Yankees with 2 and 1 big error. So Castro against Kennedy. That happened back in the 60s. Pitches outside. And the 1-0. Fouled off the foot of Castro.
You know, Michael, you mentioned first base coach Rusty Kuntz. Said one of the first reads he gets on hitters is whether they wear a shin guard or not. It tells you they want to pull, and this is a classic example. Even though Castro doesn't have one, he's probably going to start wearing one after this play. Castro clearly looking to pull the ball. So little tricks of the trade: elbow guards, shin guards. Pedro Martinez used to talk about looking at practice swings. Even in the on-deck circle, a player just doing practice swings tells you exactly what his swing path is and where he wants the baseball.
That's got to be awfully hard for a pitcher on the mound to be looking at the guy in the on-deck circle.
The day before you could watch.
Oh, gotcha. Grounded up the middle and under the glove of Escobar and into center field, a base hit for Castro. And we will go back to Bob Lorenz, has another update for us. Thank you, Bob. You got to give a lot of credit to Ref Snyder, because when he was demoted, he wasn't demoted because he wasn't playing well. It was just a numbers game, get a pitcher up here, and he did not go down there and sulk. He's just owned the league. So he is certainly warranted being called up when the rosters expand tomorrow, and the first game would be on Friday. Brian McCann takes outside. Castro with the lead. Hosmer holds him on. Swing and a miss. One. High drive, right field. Orlando will make the play. Castro heads back.
But McCann just missed that. Had the sound, maybe just a little under it. Big ballpark. This is what the Yankees need to get back in this game, is a big fly. And you see maybe just off the end a bit. His reaction tells you what you need to know.
Did you like pitching in this ballpark, David?
I did. It's definitely has always been more of a pitcher's ballpark, although big difference between AstroTurf back in the day than the grass they have today. And they have brought in the fences a bit since the days of George Brett and Hal McRae in the 70s. Yankees going at it versus the Royals. Those are some battles back in the 70s. A whole different ballpark back then.
1-1 on Headley.
I always felt like it was a big ballpark, but I was impressed how the ball carried during the summer when it really got hot. There's some balls off the bat that you think, you know what, that doesn't have the distance, and it kind of kept going. Still a beautiful ballpark.
Did a really nice job with the renovation a few years ago.
Sal Perez behind the plate seems like he's one of those catchers who really likes to talk to the hitters when they come up to the plate.
Just got a piece to stay alive.
Is that something you did, Flash? You do it, but you had a little gamesmanship there?
No. It was a quick hello and let's get to work. And same thing when I came up to the plate. I didn't like being talked to at all.
You're kind of like that in real life.
Only with certain people.
Headley steps out. And the pitch. That one is looped into right field. It's a base hit over Mondesi. Fielded out there by Orlando. And the Yankees have runners on first and second. One man out. Aaron Hicks coming up.
Headley really has been swinging the bat better. Had a rocket to right field his first at bat. Nothing to show for it. Then gets jammed and is strong enough to bloop it into right center.
It's a great point. I was going to say, you know, a lot of talk about exit velocity nowadays, and that's right off the trademark. So not really a screamer in terms of miles per hour off the bat. You get the hit on this one. The last one was a screamer, and you got nothing to show for it.
But the good news is the path of his swing is right out towards the middle of the field. If he comes around it, that's a jam shot ground ball to second double play. So nice piece of hitting.
1-0 on Hicks. Hicks with a fly ball to center in the third inning. Coming into this game in 25 games in the month of August, hitting .291. Joe Girardi sat Judge today and spoke before the game and said, it's not that I'm giving him a rest, he's a young man. He said, but I'm trying to give all the outfielders some equal time. He said, and really if you look at it, Hicks has the best numbers of anybody in the month of August. He said, so I sat down Judge today, and Ellsbury one day and Gardner another day. Fly ball right field. Orlando makes the play. Fires it into Escobar. 2 down. First time in this game the Yankees have 2 runners on base, so they'd like to cash in. They're down 4-0 top of the 5th inning. They need a big blow. Here's Brett Gardner, who's 0 for 2. Upstairs with the fastball, 1-0. Castro's at second. Headley's at first. 2 men out. And the leadoff hitter, Brett Gardner, at the plate. Gardner grounded to first his last time up. And in the first inning, a fly ball to left. Kennedy with 68 pitches, 45 strikes. There's a big pitch now to Gardner, and time is called.
Kind of a big spot in the middle of this game, you know, psychologically for the Yankees to get something out of this. Conversely, the same for Kennedy. Be able to strand him.
Fouled away.
For hitters, you know, we always talk about, you know, hitting batting average with runners in scoring position. You know, we beat it like a drum. But for pitchers, it's the same thing. It's strand rate, left on base. How do you pitch in these situations? Can you make a pitch? Some pitchers have that knack. Veteran pitchers develop that knack over time. Reading the bat, taking a little bit off.
So now the count 3-1 with Ellsbury on deck.
David, this was the count you were talking about early on, right? That 3-1 fastball hitters count. Brett Gardner could pick one side of the plate. If I was him, I'd probably pick outer half. Think about driving a fastball the other way. See what Kennedy's thinking.
3-1. High fly ball, right field. Orlando back there, makes the play, and that'll do it. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. The end of 4 1/2, halfway through, 4-0 Royals. For one of the hottest collectibles of the season, it's Dellin Betances Bobblehead Day, the 4th in the 2016 collectible series presented by AT&T for the first 18,000 guests in attendance. Now for tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Cuthbert leads off the bottom of the 5th, and Sessa starts him with a fastball inside, 1-0. Cadillac scoreboard, 4-0 Royals. Missed outside, 2-0. On Cuthbert. You've got Hosmer on deck. There's a strike, 3-1.
Cuthbert's been a real find for the Royals. Everybody talked about Mike Moustakas was such a big blow, their third baseman out for the year. And Cuthbert pretty solid. So much so as they've gained a lot of confidence batting up at the top of the order. You see a .291 average and 10 home runs. Not shabby for a young player filling in for your regular third baseman.
Ground ball is short. 1 out.
You know, there are little things about young pitchers that you pay attention to, and Sessa gets behind in the count 3-1, drops a nice little 3-1 slider to get back in it, and a 3-2 slider, able to get a ground ball. And you know, little things like that, Larry Rothschild, Joe Girardi, everybody's watching. You can see why they like him so much. Fastball command has not been great tonight. Changeup has been good, and dropping some sliders and some fastball counts.
Absolutely. He's probably the most polished of any of the, next in line prospect pitchers. Fastball command, definitely the key, and he's got burned tonight with it.
Hosmer scored 2 runs tonight, had a home run down the left field line his last time up. That was his 19th home run of the year, and that ties his career high. It also gave him 80 ribbies on the year. One and two.
Like it. Last at bat, takes you deep the other way. Why not throw a fastball 0-2 just to move him off the plate a little bit? Nothing wrong with that.
Fly ball, center field. Ellsbury puts it away for the second out. You know, coming off a World Series last year, the Royals have the highest payroll in their franchise's history, about $134 million. And there was a lot of talk as the trade deadline approached at the end of July to start trading guys like Hendrys Morales in the final year of his contract. And Dayton Moore met with the manager, Ned Yost, and they both agreed they had a run in them, and they weren't going to break up the team. Talk about trading Volquez, and talk about trading Morales. Fly ball, left field. Gardner makes the play, and 8 in a row retired by Cessa. They decided to keep the Royals together. The Royals have had a great August. They're leading this one 4-0. Dallas Keuchel scratched from Friday's start because of fatigue. Rich Hill has more blisters than Al Leiter used to have. Scratched from tonight's start because of a blister. Former Yankee David Phelps placed on a 15-day DL for the Marlins, strained oblique. Jacoby Ellsbury will lead off. You ever get scratched from a start because you were tired, David?
No. That wasn't allowed. You came in and said something like that back in the day. You were ostracized. There's a balance there. You want to be honest nowadays. There were certainly times in my career, Flash, where it would have benefited. It would have been to my benefit to be a little more honest and say, hey, I could use a day. I got some pain in my shoulder. I think that understanding the difference between pain and injury is one of the keys for any professional athlete.
You know what you're seeing a lot of, and it makes what the Yankees did in the 90s all the more impressive. Teams that go deep into the playoffs, their pitchers are affected the next year. Look at all of the Met pitchers. Keuchel's, Astros went, further than they have gone. And they're not used to pitching that deep into October, and it does affect you pretty good. There's a base hit for Ellsbury. I mean, David, you and the Yankee pitchers, from 96 to 2000, and you weren't there in 2001, but they essentially pitched another full season.
At least another, it feels like another full season. I mean, the intensity is so high in the postseason. Every pitch is magnified. You definitely feel it so much more, and that's on the heels of a long regular season where you're already somewhat fatigued. So I remember pitching against the Braves against John Smoltz in one postseason game where we both just looked at each other and we had nothing. I think I went 2 for 2 off of him that game. I got hits off of him. But you just find ways to get outs.
Just getting back is Ellsbury. Hey, take a look at the Giants. They keep winning in even years, and then the year after they win the World Series, the pitching breaks down. They're just not the same. And it's affected the Royals this year. 2 years in a row going all the way to the World Series. But you'll take it.
Absolutely, and that's the importance of depth.
Did he go? Yes, he did.
You know, we mentioned the trade. Even, you know, Luis Cessa's kind of bounced back here, you know, and given them innings and a couple of home run pitches. I still like his stuff, you know, and you think about the trades that Brian Cashman's made, and he's done a great job, you know, Chapman, Miller, but the trade for Wilson, if Cessa and Green work out, that might be one of the better payoffs he's going to see of any of his trades.
Chased a pitch out of the zone, 1-2.
But gonna have to wait a few years to get the verdict on the Chapman trade, you know, some of those great prospects that are in A-ball. Certainly the Miller trade as well, maybe a little sooner. You got Clint Frazier, the headliners in AAA already, but the Wilson trade, we have 2 starters right now potentially in the rotation, and we'll see how that pans out.
1-2. 2-2.
It's going to be growing pains, but this is invaluable experience for both Cessa and Green.
Green starts Friday against the Orioles in Baltimore. Against Dylan Bundy. Hits are even at 5 apiece. Top of the 6th, Yankees trail this 4-0. Ellsbury led off the 6th inning with a single. Three and 2.
Some of the pitches early on that home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg was calling, maybe not so much anymore. This looks like it's running in off the plate and down.
Completely agree. The strike zone has tightened up a bit since the first couple of innings.
And a walk. Sanchez works a walk. 1st and 2nd, nobody out here in the 6th. Dave Eiland won a championship as a Yankees pitching coach in 2009. Won a championship ring as the Royals pitching coach last year. It's a nice couple of lines to put on your resume. Here's Mark Teixeira, who's 1 for 2. A brewing rally. High fly ball, right field. Orlando back. He's on the track. He'll make the play. Both runners tag, but only Ellsbury advances. So long fly ball for Teixeira, and Orlando makes it on the warning track.
That's way over the auxiliary scoreboard at Yankee Stadium, without a doubt. Ballparks matter.
Well, the Yankees obviously don't have to cash in 4 chips here, but they want to pick up a run or 2. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. So that runner at 3rd is important for Didi. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Again, an 11-game hitting streak, a career high for him. Trying to make it 12 straight and get the Yankees a run. High fly ball, left center. That'll get a run in. Gordon makes the catch, makes the throw to 2nd. Ellsbury tags and scores. A sac fly for Gregorius. The Yankees are on the board, and the Royals now lead 4-1.
Oh, nice at bat by Didi, but the veteran pitcher Ian Kennedy right there will easily say, I'll take that out, give you the runs, try to stay away from the big innings and the big swing.
Here's Castro. 1 for 2. Kennedy deals. Castro takes a strike.
You know, I mentioned about the configuration of the ballpark's flash, and really it's a separator for baseball to other sports. You know, basketball, you know, it's the same basketball court. Football, it's 100 yards. Yeah. Baseball, from Fenway Park to Wrigley Field to Yankee Stadium. The different dimensions really impact the style of the game, the outcome of the games. Owners changed their mind. Citi Field's already been adjusted a couple of times. Bring in the fences, push back the fences.
Actually a hanging breaking ball there, and Castro took it.
Called it high. Kind of see Perez yank it down just a bit.
Fastball strike, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. In the 6th inning, runner on first base, 1 run in. Two. Driven out to left center field. On the run is Dyson. Still going back. He's not going to get there. It's a home run. A 2-run blast for Castro. And the Yankees have pulled to within 1. The Royals now lead 4-3. '19th home run of the year for Castro. RBI's number 63. And 64, and the Yankees are right back in it.
Yeah, the Yankees had a couple of opportunities where you're thinking one swing of the bat and they're right back in it. I didn't see this one coming, though. Ian Kennedy made a great pitch on Castro the pitch before. Then he comes back with the same pitch, fastball down and away, and you see it just comes back a little bit more, and Castro gets right to it.
A strike to McCann, a 400-foot home run for Castro. Another career high, his 19th home run of the season. Most in a season for him. Previous high was 14. And this is where the pitch was on Yesmo. Brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer.
It's a game of inches. It just drifted enough, yeah. Right? It looked like it was headed for the outside corner. It ends up middle away.
Ground ball right side. Mondesi there. And that'll be the final out. But the home run has been the bugaboo for Ian Kennedy all year. This time, Castro gets him. It's a 2-run shot. It's a 3-run 6th. It's a new ball game, 4-3 Royals. Salvador Perez leads off here in the bottom of the 6th. Time for the Dodge Hitter Scouting Report on Perez.
Well, Salvador Perez, I mean, he's old school. He's caught 116 games out of 132. He's only missed 16 games. He's got 20 home run power, 20 this year, 21 last year. That's the first Royal catcher ever to do that. And he's not only an offensive player, he's thrown out 46.4% of base stealers against. That is second in the major leagues behind James McCann, who's thrown out 50%. This guy does it all, plays every day, hits for power, and throws runners out.
And there's a strike.
Right,
Royals 4, Yankees 3.
Sorry, Michael. Here we go, Luis Sessa. You got a new ball game.
Slow ground ball, barehanded by Headley, and it's an infield single for Perez. He doesn't get a lot of those.
Yeah, really nothing Chase Headley can do, and I'm going to be interested to see how Sessa reacts after that. Made a good pitch. It's a weak ground ball. Headley playing so far back, there's no threat of a bunt. Comes up with it barehanded. It's going to be an infield single, and we'll see how the young pitcher reacts.
Here's Alex Gordon. And a strike. The 0-2. 1-2. So the infield single snapped a streak of 8 batters retired straight for Luis Sessa. Yankees are not holding Perez at first, with a lefty Gordon up. Teixeira behind him, chasing Shreve, who saved last night's win. He's up. Three and 2 on Gordon.
And Gordon's had a tough night. He struck out twice and didn't look good against a changeup. And all of a sudden, this at bat, he's recognizing a little bit earlier, not offering at it.
Yeah, 0-2 to 3-2 count.
Chopped slowly to Sessa. One away as Perez moves to second. Let's take a look at the pitch count, brought to you by the Acura Summer of Performance event. 83 pitches, so he's been economical. Just that rough second inning when he threw 22.
I think you got introduced to one of those Kansas dive-bombing moths, huh, Michael? Mike came right after him up here in the booth.
Right in the face. Smack dab in the forehead. He had a lot to aim for.
They grow them big out here.
Right in the middle of the ground ball. Here's Paulo Orlando. Swing and a miss. Chased outside. The 0-1. Ripped and caught by Chase Headley, taking a double away from Orlando. That is some quick reaction by Headley.
Sometimes there's no justice in this game, right? On the button, the hitter does everything right, no reward. Perez got on by a broken bat bleeder. That is a great play and great reaction.
That was the replay of the moth coming in.
Told you, that's a Kansas City moth right there. Unbelievable that we had that shot. I mean, I got to give kudos to the guys downstairs.
And that'll be on the Christmas tape. Here's Escobar. One and 0. Bottom of the 6th is 4-3 Royals.
K goes to the DL, 15 days.
The 1-0. Most play-by-play guys, David, would have been taken out here in an ambulance with that. Right to an ICU.
I can't really talk about weird injuries. I missed a start because my mom's dog bit me in the finger, so weird baseball injuries.
And that started the career of El Duque. Was that El Duque or was that Gooden getting the start?
No, that was El Duque. That was the beginning of El Duque.
Jack Russell Terrier, right?
Yes.
Ginger?
Veronica.
Veronica.
Google it. Google Veronica. Veronica Cohn.
2-1. There's a strike. 2-2. Escobar did not like that call. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at second. 4-3 Royals. We're in the bottom of the 6th.
Sessa's previous 2 starts, we saw his velocity maybe a tick higher. He's up to 98. His last start, a lot of 95s, 96s. Tonight, mostly around 94 on average.
2-2. Ground ball is short. And that'll do it for the Royals. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We'll take a break. Google Veronica. We'll be back at 4-3 Royals. Then start a 3-game set against the Orioles in Baltimore. The starting pitchers Friday. Brought to you by Fios. Fios not cable. We're wired differently. Visit getfios.com. Chad Green will go for the Yanks against Dylan Bundy. And our coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. on Yes. Kennedy deals to Headley. Low, 1-0. GMC scoreboard, Yankees 4, or Royals 4, Yankees 3. Count 2-0. Line drive right at Mondesi.
Unbelievable. And look says it all. He's hit 2 balls right on the barrel of the bat. Nothing to show for it. Got jammed one time and had a base hit.
He had a lot of those types of at-bats in the first month when he struggled. And Joe Girardi and a lot of the Yankees were talking about he was hitting in bad luck. Certainly had his share of those this year as Chase Headley.
There's Aaron Hicks. Holds up 1-0.
That's why baseball players are superstitious, right? It's that stuff right there. Got to say Wade Boggs was probably the top of the list when you talk about superstitions. There's a lot of players that I played with.
Three 3-0 on Hicks. He's 0 for 2 tonight. And there's a strike. 3-1. Scott Alexander was called up before the game. One of 3 lefties in the bullpen. He's ready. And Hicks works a walk. So let's see if they go to the left-hander with Gardner and Ellsbury due up. And here comes Ned Yost. Kennedy shaking his head, doesn't want to come out. He's at 99 pitches. But Yost, before he can hear Kennedy make his plea, signals for the left-hander, makes the Verizon call to the bullpen. New York City FC as they clash with DC United at home in the Bronx. Watch all the action from Yankee Stadium Live with kickoff at 7 right here on Yes. streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Scott Alexander has been here before. 9 games, 13 innings, 15 hits, 11 strikeouts, 5 walks. Alexander and Brooks Pounders, a right-hander, added to the bullpen for this game. Jin-Ming Wang went on the DL. That was one move. Christian Colon was sent down, so that's the other move to add the extra pitcher. Carrying 8 pitchers in the bullpen. So they're going to ask the bullpen to get 8 outs. 1 out here in the 7th. Yankees down by 1. Here's Brett Gardner against the lefty Scott Alexander. Well, John gave you the numbers in his scouting report. It's not easy to steal on Perez. And with a left-hander in there, it'll be tougher for Hicks to get a good jump. So Kennedy goes 6 1/3, throws 99 pitches, 6 hits, 3 runs. The runner at first, his responsibility. Just 1 strikeout, 2 walks.
Talked about Ian Kennedy, you know, having a good year strikeout wise. Just 1 strikeout tonight. Very un-Kennedy like. Kind of an obscure stat with regard to Kennedy, though. He has actually had at least 1 strikeout in all of his career starts, so doesn't sound like much, but it's the 7th longest active streak in the big leagues.
And his 1 was to Ellsbury today. So 2-0 on Gardner. Brett tonight against Kennedy, 0 for 3.
Justin Verlander tops on that list of at least 1 strikeout.
That's not surprising.
308 starts in a row with at least 1.
Almost pop foul and out of play.
Ian Kennedy just 12 out of 27 on first pitch strikes. Probably explains part of that story. You know, Flash, I always thought the second strike was the most important one, getting to 2 strikes. Certainly getting ahead, everybody, you know, it's like old pitcher's cliche, you got to get ahead, you got to get ahead. Well, a lot of times it's how you pitch when you're behind that makes or breaks you.
Boy, Gardner did not like that call. Does a deep knee bend.
You can see Perez is off the plate and he's got to bring it back a little bit. That tells you everything you need to know.
We've seen this several times from Perez throughout the series. At least a half a dozen calls can be attributed to Perez's presentation of the pitch to the umpire.
Three and two. Alexander gets the sign, sets at the stomach. 3-2. That one is looped into right field, coming on Orlando. He's not going to make the play. Good read by Hicks. He's going to go to third, and the Yankees have runners on first and third and 1 out. That's a great read by Aaron Hicks, and he just took off for third.
Good at bat by Brett Gardner, kind of hanging in there a little bit after a tough call, and he fights this off. You get a look at Aaron Hicks. He turns, and right away he knows it. Orlando tried to deke him a little bit with his glove. Aaron Hicks didn't have any part of it. And a tough battle for Brett Gardner, rewarded with a base hit.
There's a strike on Ellsbury. Ellsbury's 1 for 3 tonight. Drove in the go-ahead run in the 10th inning yesterday. Big spot here, tying runs at third. Go-ahead run at first. Popped up, long run for Cuthbert, dives, can't make the play. That is good effort by the third baseman. He had a long way to go.
See, Perez doesn't get a good jump, doesn't go after it. A great effort by the third baseman. Ellsbury gets away with one right there.
Big break for the Yankees and Ellsbury. Replace your divots there. Couple of big chunks of grass.
The 0-2. That should get the run in. Dyson makes the catch, tagging his Hicks. The throw comes into second. It's a sac fly for Ellsbury, and the Yankees have come all the way back to tie the game at 4.
Well, good job by the Yankees coming all the way back. Great job by Luis Cessa after 4 runs in 3 innings. Able to kind of settle down, keep the Yankees in it, give them an opportunity to battle back, which they've done the last 2 innings.
Ellsbury capitalizing on the break.
A little odd that they didn't have a righty up to go to against Sanchez, so they keep Alexander in against the righty Sanchez. Last night the Yankees led 4-0 and the Royals tied. Now the Royals lead 4-0 and the Yankees have tied.
Well, you get the feeling when Sanchez walks up there against the lefty who just got called up from the minor leagues today. Advantage Sanchez. Breaking balls coming into him. The way he's been swinging the bat.
1-1.
You know, it's easy to talk about, you know, a hot streak and is this sustainable? It's really the approach, you know, and you mentioned it, Flash, that's been impressive. Getting good pitches to hit, laying off of bad pitches.
Fouling tough pitches off.
Yeah, taking the ball the other way.
Swing and a miss.
How come when we pump him up, then he swings the ball out of the zone right there? We'll see if he tightens it up a little bit here behind in the count 1-2. Set your sights on right center field.
Chop to third. Cuthbert gets Sanchez, and that will do it. But the Yankees tie the score. 1 run, 1 walk, 1 hit, 1 man left. Time for the stretch. 4-4. Is over as the Yankees will turn to the bullpen here in the 7th with the score tied at 4. And the hero of last night's game, Jason Shreve, will come on. He has one save. He got that last night. That was a big-time save. Getting Morales and then getting Perez with the bases loaded and nailing down the 5-4 victory. So did he find something? Well, we don't know. He only threw 5 pitches yesterday, but one thing he probably got was some confidence.
It's kind of like Meet the Fockers, right? He's right back in the circle of trust.
There's the strikeout of Morales. And then Perez with a fly ball to Ellsbury to end it. And a chest bump.
Love that right there from Della Betances. First one out there. He beat Gary Sanchez to Shreve.
That was a big league bump, too. That was some aggression.
There's Mondesi. Now to clear up what was going on with Betances, we saw that Girardi spoke with him, and then when he did not come out to pinch the 10th inning, which would have been his 3rd inning, we figured Betances had said, I can't go. But Betances told our very own Meredith Maragovitz, he told Joe, I want to go. And once the top of the 10th took so long, Joe came by and told him again, listen, we're not going to use you. But he was ready to go and wanted to pitch. Meredith has more on Jason Shreve's up and down season with the count 2-1.
Well, guys, he talked a little bit about it after the game last night. That split that he got Morales to swing through was actually a pitch that's been giving him trouble all season long. He just hasn't been able to find that consistency with it, and he wasn't sure whether it looks like a different pitch to batters or if people are just kind of used to what he's trying to do with them and how he's trying to attack him. Shreve told me that he's changed the grip on that pitch in particular several times throughout the course of this season. He is feeling more comfortable with it. Joe Girardi said that that pitch looks a little bit different. He hasn't been able to consistently throw it, not only for strikes, but outside of the zone and make guys kind of chase it, expand the zone a little bit. Also, when he went down to the minors, he was told to work on his slider to left-handed batters in particular. That's also something that he did and something he is feeling a little bit more confident in. If you remember the way he threw the ball last year, the 5 months where he was very good, he firmly believes he is that pitcher, not the pitcher you saw in the final month of the season last year and throughout parts of the season this year.
And Meredith, I think he firmly believed that was strike 3, but instead it was called ball 3. It's 3-2 now on Mondesi. You do not need to put this guy on base because he will steal a base. 3-2, and they put him on base. He has 7 stolen bases, and he has not been caught.
You know what I liked about Shreve last night when he talked to Meredith and he said, you know what, I just gripped it and ripped it. Now, I've never thrown a split finger, David, but I kind of dug that phrase right there.
Absolutely, and that is the key. And we mentioned it before, and talking about change-ups and grips, and you do have to rip it. I mean, anytime you telegraph an off-speed pitch or slow down your delivery or don't finish it, you know, i.e. rip it, then it's much easier for the hitter to pick up.
Dyson shows bunt, takes outside, 1-0. Well, for the first 4.5, 5 months last year, he was about as good as it could get. Jason Shreve was automatic, and then off a cliff. Final month of the season, final month and a half. Spring training, it looked like a bounce back. He looked really good in spring training. Then when the season started, the same old problem from the final month. Can this be a reverse of last year where he has a strong finish? First 50 games, 1.86. Just a revelation. The last 9 games, 16.20. And that was last year. Bunted foul.
Well, Shreve will give Sanchez a chance here. He's, first of all, a left-hander staring right at the base runner, a tremendous advantage. He's fairly quick to home plate. Not noted for a great pickoff move, but from a timing standpoint, he should get the ball to Sanchez in a competitive nature to be able to challenge Mondesi's speed here. So be interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm trying to think along with Ned Yost here a little bit. You know, you got a guy at first in Mondesi who can fly, a guy at the plate in Dyson who can fly. You know, do you try to play maybe hit and run? The bunt was in play the first 2 pitches. Or do you fake a bunt, bring it back, and give Mondesi a chance to steal?
And he bunts. Headley will toss the first, sacrifice successful. 5-4 as Mondesi moves into scoring position.
There's your answer.
That's my least favorite play. I mean, if I'm on the mound, I feel like you just gave me an out. I'd rather see a play made, a hit and run or something to put the pressure on the defense rather than a straight sacrifice. Headley, knowing the speed of Mondesi, doesn't even look at second base.
You know why I brought up that fake bunt and you bring it back into the catcher's line of sight? It is such a tough play for a catcher to receive and still make an accurate throw to second base.
All right, guys, let's manage. What do you do here? Cuthbert's up. You have a lefty, Hosmer on deck. First base is open.
Well, I got to pitch to the young kid. You got first base open. Obviously, you can be careful, but Hosmer is a proven run producer, even though it's left on left.
And Shreve isn't your normal lefty. He's actually better against right-handed batters, which is why he was brought into last night's game because of that split-finger fastball. And as Meredith Marakovich mentioned, he was sent down to work on his slider, so he's not your typical, you know, as they say, a loogie lefty, you know, somebody who comes in and just can throw sliders and specialize against lefty on lefty.
Nobody up in the Yankee bullpen. Mondesi a threat to steal third. Well, the fact that it was Girardi that came out to talk with Shreve, they were talking options and what to do with Cuthbert and Hosmer on deck and how to defend against the stolen base.
Well, David brought this up earlier about pitching in Morales. You pitch like it's an 0-2 count, where every pitch is not going to be a strike. It's going to be off the plate, and if a young hitter like this wants to swing at it, fine.
The 0-1. Fastball, strike 2, 0-2.
Goes back in there and gets the call this time, and that's clearly on the play. G. Sanchez, good strong hands framing that pitch on the inside corner.
The 0-2. Pop foul and out of play. And the pitch. Bust him inside with a fastball, 1-2.
Well, you can see Castro behind second base holding Mondesi on, not giving him the ability to get a nice lead, which is the good news. The bad news is there's a huge hole over there.
And they haven't picked off. Very alert by Shreve, and Mondesi is tagged out. Humongous play by the Yankee left-hander. Mondesi tried to get a big jump, but Shreve stepped off.
Well, you had young players that are going to make some mistakes, and you're right. A nice job by Shreve paying attention. Headley runs back Mondesi. You have young players with all this athletic ability. They are going to make some base running mistakes, and a huge one there.
Yeah, that was a set play, a set pickoff, the spin move from Shreve. That wasn't a read. That was predetermined. Mondesi just saw a semi-leg kick and took off, so very aggressive, and it cost him.
1-2. 2-2. A lot of people, they call that the inside move. They deride that. It never works. Outliner's a big proponent of it. He said because it makes you think, and sometimes you do get base runners. Even if it looks like it's always telegraphed, you do get a base runner every now and then. Swing and a miss. So Shreve does the job here in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We go to the 8th. It's a 4-4 game. Bottom of the 7th. Now we go to the 8th inning on the Hyundai scoreboard. All knotted at 4. Alexander remains in the game. Teixeira, Gregorius, and Castro. And there's a strike to Teixeira. Teixeira's 1 for 3. One and one. Big game for both teams. I heard what Jack Curry said. The Orioles have lost. Peter Moylan's up for the Royals. So the winner moves to within 2.5 of that second wild card and puts the other team in the rearview mirror. So the Yankees will jump over the Royals, or the Royals will move a game ahead of the Yankees. Right now they're tied in the loss column. Two-one. Chop slowly to short. Escobar fields and gets Teixeira.
Well, both teams have off days tomorrow. Both teams have some issues in the bullpen.
So they'll keep in the lefty to face Castro, which really does not neutralize Castro. Or should I say Gregorius. Castro's on deck. That one is chopped left side. Going to be a very tough play. Escobar off balance throw. Boy, he's got some arm. And he gets Gregorius for the second out. And that's going to bring up Starlin Castro and brings us to the replay, brought to you by New York Presbyterian, the official hospital of New York Yankees. Amazing things are happening here. And this is the ground ball by Gregorius, and this is the Castro home run.
Kennedy tried to back-to-back fastballs down and away. This one drifted just a little bit back towards the middle of the plate. Castro hammered it.
A little bit back, a little bit up, and gone.
Well, Ned Yost does not want the lefty against Castro. He's going to bring in Moylan, who comes from the side, righty against righty, when we get back. 4-4 game. college football on Yes, as the Charlotte 49ers collide with the number 19 Louisville Cardinals in their season opener. Catch all the action tomorrow at 9:30. It's right here on Yes. So here's Peter Moylan. He's now appeared in all 3 games in this series. This will be his 36th game of the year. You see his numbers. And he's going to face Starlin Castro with that big 2-run home run in the 6th inning that pulled the Yankees to within 4-3. 1-0. 19 homers and 64 runs batted in.
8 of those 19 home runs from Castro have happened in the last 30 games. I mean, what a turnaround. It's been a 300 hitter over the last month. Got off to a good start the first few weeks of the season, and then kind of started swinging at a lot of bad pitches, and the key with Castro is just getting good pitches to hit. He's never going to be a work or walk guy or a high on base percentage guy.
Chop toward third. Cuthbert charges, bobbles, and that'll be an E5 as Castro reaches. And that's a break for the Yankees. Now McCann comes up, and he's probably not going to face Moylan.
Yeah, really an unforced error right here. Cuthbert's got plenty of time and just off the heel of the glove.
Well, Ned Yost said that's it for Peter Moylan. He was on to get Castro. Moylan did his job, but Cuthbert didn't give his. So now a lefty will come on to face McCann. The go-ahead runs at first base for the Yankees here in the 8th. With a runner on first and 2 outs here in the 8th inning. This will be Flynn's 27th game. He started once. 43 in the 3rd innings, 35 strikeouts, 29 hits, 15 walks. The righties that are on the bench for the Yankees, you've got Torreyes, Romine, Austin, and Judge. But they stay with McCann, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Flynn deals. 1-0.
McCann's had a couple good swings tonight. Just missed 1 home run.
Popped up and out of play. And the closer is up, Kelvin Herrera. High fly ball, Right field, long run for Mondesi. And he makes the play in foul territory for the final out. He went a long way and made the catch and held on. No runs, no hits, one error, one man left. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 4-4.
Baltimore to take on Manny Machado and the O's. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the Chevy pregame. Then Ken Singleton and Michael Kay got the call from Camden Yards right here on Yes, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Jason Shreve back out there for his second inning of work. Bottom of the 8th, all tied at 4 here in Kansas City. Hosmer 1 for 3. That solo home run in the 3rd. He scored a couple of runs. 19 home runs, 80 RBIs. Shreve worked his way out of a little bit of trouble in the 7th. Back out there for the 8th. Adam Warren up in the Yankee bullpen. Saw some action last night. And our Hyundai scoreboard all tied at 4. Big game for both clubs. Off days tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's that off day flash that makes you think that Della Betances definitely is available. We've already seen the Royals closer up Herrera, and he's obviously available as well.
Shreve, who had the big save last night.
So the count 2-2 on Hosmer. Didi shades up the middle. Hosmer 1 for 3 with that 19th home run. That came in the 3rd. Swing and a miss. He got him. One away here in the 8th.
There's that slider that Meredith Marakovich was looking for when he went down to work on it. Shreve noted for that split finger fastball. Actually, I'm going to take that back. That is a split. He almost had slider action. He got around it a bit.
This will be an interesting at bat. Morales 3 pitches last night. A huge strikeout from Shreve with the bases loaded and 1 out.
That one is chopped back to Shreve. Nice play. 2 away. Now Larry Rothschild will come out and talk with Shreve. Adam Warren is up in the Yankee bullpen.
You know, Flash, I know you've caught a lot of pitchers who threw splitters. I think Jack McDowell was one of the ones that I first saw that could make the splitter break either way, slider-like or right to left or left to right type movement. It's a big pitch for Shreve there if he can master that kind of movement lefty on lefty, because the slider clearly is his third best pitch. That splitter is above average. Trying to see the grips around it just a bit, trying to manufacture more left to right movement, as from our view. That's more straight down, but certainly got away and was trying to stay away as opposed to running back into a lefty. Very important for a lefty on a lefty to be able to keep it away like that.
Perez is 2 for 3 tonight. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. 4-4 game. Pitch outside, 1-0.
I'm sure that conversation was, you have the right-handed hitting catcher up now. You have Gordon on deck, a left-handed hitter. Obviously, you want to pitch carefully here with Perez, who has 20 home run power already.
Couple of singles tonight. Yankees have 7 hits. The Royals have 6. It's a 4-4 game. And there's a strike on the outside corner, just whispered across the outside corner, 1-1. One and two.
The old cliche from pitching coaches on those visits to the mound. Don't walk him, but don't give him anything good to hit.
Yep.
Oh, okay, coach.
One, two. 2-2. And the pitch. Just missed outside, 3-2.
Normally free swinging Perez, eyeballing some pitches here. Probably anticipating that Shreve not going to give in.
Swing and a miss, he struck him out. A strong 2 innings of work for Chasen Shreve after his Houdini act last night. We go to the 9th, 4-4. Shreve, in fact, 2 nights of incredible pitching for a guy who's really struggled for about a year. So we go to the 9th inning at 4-4 and tie game at home after 8. You're never going to get a save situation anyway. So Ned Yost brings in his closer, Kelvin Herrera.
I used to have a haircut like that Flash back in the 70s.
Is that right?
Yeah, my mom just put a bowl right on top of my head and shaved it around. Just kidding, Chasen. Looks good on you.
So Chase Headley will lead off against Herrera, who has 75 strikeouts and 60 innings of work. Yankees trailed in this one 4-0, climbed their way back with 3 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th. Now we're in the 9th, the rubber game of this 3-game set. Chop foul. Tony Pena with the play. Oh, 0-2. Headley, Hicks, and Gardner in the 9th. 1-2. Royals won Monday night 8-5. Yankees won last night 5-4. 4-4 tonight. Fouled away. Tommy Lane up for the Yanks. Gordon, lefty swinger, set to lead out the bottom of the 9th. Grounded and knocked down by Herrera. Recovers and makes the play.
Well, Headley showing a little bit of frustration, and I don't blame him. Line drive to right field, line drive to second base, and a hard shot right back up the middle. And watch Herrera just knock it down with his glove.
It's heading right for center field, no doubt. I think it was Wee Willie Keeler who used to say, hit them where they ain't. And hard to do.
Here's Hicks. He scored the tying run in the 7th on the Ellsbury sacrifice fly. With 1 out, he worked a walk, worked his way around the bases. 1-0 against Herrera. Herrera has taken over the closing duties from Wade Davis, who's been on the DL twice with elbow issues. And he's due to come off the DL soon for the Royals, which will make an already potent bullpen even better. Chop toward short. Escobar.
Hicks got hurt running down the line, it looked like. Pulled up.
Yeah, that's not a good sign right there. And
he is walking off very slowly.
You know, baseball's such a different sport. It's an anaerobic sport. It's always those quick bursts where the the injuries happen. From a dead stop, trying to bust it out of the box, beat out an infield hit. That does not look too good right there. Hopefully he's okay, but Stevie Donahue's going to help him down the stairs.
Here's Brett Gardner. Brett 1 for 4. His single in the 7th moved Hicks to 3rd. 1-1. Kennedy started, then Alexander, Moylan, Flynn, and Herrera. And the pitch. Chopped slowly to third. Cuthbert fields, fires, and gets Gardner for the final out. As the Yankees go down in order 1-2-3. Royals could win it in the bottom of the ninth. It's 4-4. Show on Yes for highlights and analysis of all tonight's action as the Yankees close out this series here in Kansas City. Plus, Meredith Moragovitz has reaction from the clubhouse. It's all coming up after the game, and it's only on Yes. Aaron Judge takes over in right field for Aaron Hicks. As soon as we find any information out about Hicks, we'll pass it along, and if we don't get it by the end of the game, then Meredith will certainly find out from Joe Girardi after the game. Tommy Lane will come on. Sessa went 6, gave up 4 runs. Shreve, 2 scoreless innings. And now Lane will start off the 9th inning against the lefty swinging Alex Gordon. There's a strike. Brooks Pounders.
It's good pitcher's name right there. Right up there with Al Hook.
Fly ball, left center. Gardner's there, 1 away. Here comes Joe Girardi. So Lane does his job, and with Paulo Orlando due up, they call on Adam Warren. Warren against Orlando when we get back, bottom of the ninth. Gordon, he did his job, and now Adam Warren comes on, and they want him to get the remaining 2 outs in this inning. Faced 2 batters yesterday, both got on. So this is his 45th game. He made 1 start for the Cubs. 45 hits in 49 innings, walked too many. Does have 40 strikeouts. Opponents hit 246 against him. Here is Paulo Orlando. Reached on an E5 and scored. Fly ball to left. Lined out sharply to Headley. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it away.
Orlando kind of fits into that classic Kansas City mode. Only 10 walks on the year and 352 at-bats, so he's in swing mode.
Missed outside. 2-1. Fly ball, shallow center, coming on Ellsbury, and he makes the play. He covered a lot of real estate to haul that in right center for the second out. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees.
A good pitch by Adam Warren gets Orlando right off the end of the bat. Big swing, and Ellsbury was not fooled. And you're right, Michael, covering a lot of ground.
Here's Alcides Escobar. Pitch is low. Escobar hit a home run in the 7th inning in Game 1 of this series. Count 2-0. Just his 4th home run of the year. Line to left field coming on Gardner, and he makes the play. And that'll do it here in the 9th. Doesn't replace his divot. Free baseball. Bonus Cantos for the 2nd straight night. We go to the 10th, tied at 4. Cessa, a 2-run home run by Kendrys Morales. That made it 2-0. Then, with the score of 3-0, Hosmer goes the other way in the 3rd to make it 4-0. In the 5th, after a sac fly, made it 4-1. A 2-run home run by Castro made it 4-3. And then in the 7th, the sac fly by Ellsbury scored Hicks. That tied the game at 4. That's where we are as we move to the 10th, all tied at 4. And the new pitcher, Brooks Pounders, just got called up today. He's been up before this year. 4 2/3 innings. He's allowed 9 hits in that time. 6 strikeouts, 2 walks. Opponents hit .429 against him. That is a big man. Usually you don't see pitchers that big.
It's a good pitcher's body right there.
And he'll deal to Ellsbury. Ellsbury, Sanchez, and Teixeira in the 10th. 1-0.
If you're the Yankees, Herrera's already pitched in this game. Now you're into some of the guys that you feel like you should do some damage against. You still have your closer, Dellin Betances, waiting. See if Ellsbury can get the Yankees going here.
Trying to go 5-4 right there, 1-1. Two and 1. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. There's a strike. Clip the outside corner, 2-2.
The difference maker in the count right here. Backdoor slider. Well, that's not a strike.
Hit sharply on one hop. Mondesi backs up, makes the play, makes the throw, 1 away. And here's Gary Sanchez. Sanchez doubled in the 1st, extended his hitting streak to 9 straight. That was over the head of Orlando and right. In the 4th, he grounded to short, walked and scored in the 6th, and grounded to 3rd in the 7th. 0-2 from Pounders.
Pounders pounding the strike zone, and Blake Parker getting hot.
And the 0-2. Right off the end of the bat. Just got a piece. And the righty deals. Swing and a miss. 2 outs.
Good looking slider to finish off a really hot hitter. There it is. There it goes.
Well, here's Teixeira. 1-0. Teixeira's 1 for 4 tonight. He singled in the 4th inning. Took a ball the other way, singled to left. (2-0) on Teixeira. We're in the 10th. Rubber game of a 3-game set. It's 4-4. Three and 0. John, you green light him here?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
On deck is Didi. Three and 1.
3-0 slider.
It's like Perez was thinking like you were right there. Said, no, you're not going to get a cookie.
Here comes the fastball away.
And he gets the outside corner, 3-2.
If you're Mark Teixeira, you're thinking I got a slider 3-0, a fastball 3-1. I have no idea on 3-2.
Classic backwards pitching.
Fouled it off his foot. And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Pounders with a strong 10th inning. Retires the Yankees in order 1-2-3. Last 2 strikeouts. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Tied at 4. they just had Warren come in to get those 2 batters in the 9th. And now they'll turn it over to Blake Parker to pitch the 10th. Now Warren is a guy who was extended with the Cubs. Actually did have a start. He only threw to 2 batters yesterday, 2 batters today, but they elect to go to Parker here in the 10th inning. Now, this is a guy you want to keep off base. Yesterday, Ben Heller couldn't do it, and that started everything in motion as the game almost got away from the Yankees in the bottom of the 10th. So it was Mondesi who led off in the bottom of the 10th inning. Heller got ahead and then hit him on the back foot with a breaking ball. One and 0. Clippard probably not available tonight. One and 1. Parker deals. There's a strike with the fastball. 1 and 2. Yankees have just this one game to get through before reinforcements arrive, when the rosters can expand. You have Severino up, a couple of other pitchers as well. That's all starts on Friday. They've got to get through tonight. 2 and 2. Parker got hurt on Monday night with a splitter that didn't split. And the 2-2. Strike 3. Mondesi down looking.
Looking for the splitter. Never got it. Sometimes you can outthink yourself. Good job by Sanchez holding that pitch at the bottom of the strike zone.
Here's Gerard Dyson. Way high. One 0. A strike with the fastball. 1 and 1.
You can see right here, that's what's left. A little better than last night at this time.
1-1. 2 and 1. As with Mondesi, you want to keep Dyson off the bases. This team is very aggressive, and they will steal. Fly ball down the left field line. On the run is Gardner, and he makes the play. And that would have been a fair ball.
That would have been trouble.
And it could have been a triple, maybe more.
Off the bat, I didn't think Brett Gardner had a chance at this. Slicing away from him. Great concentration. That gets by Brett Gardner. That rattles around in that corner, heads back out to left center field. Dyson would have been off to the races.
No doubt about it. Royal Stadium is famous for their corners and the ricochet bounces you get down there.
Here's Cuthbert. So Parker today throwing that fastball and throwing it for strikes. 0-1. Oh, and 2.
Free swinging Royals suddenly starting to take a lot of fastballs.
And the 0-2 popped up to Sharon, foul territory. We'll make the play, and we'll go to the 11th as Parker works a 1-2-3 10th inning. Who's coming up for the Yanks? Didi will start it off. And get this, since the 3rd inning, the Royals have 1 hit, and that was the infield single by Perez in the 6th inning. So Sessa got tough. The Yankee bullpen's done its job. The Yankee offense has made up a 4-0 deficit. Now they need at least 1 more. And Brooks Pounders, who worked a 1-2-3 10th, is still in there, and Didi will lead it off. Didi tonight 0 for 3 a sac fly, so his 11-game hitting streak is on the line. Pounder's a big guy who wears the same number as Jabba Chamberlain wore, number 62. Count 1-0. Strike 1-1. Fly ball, right center. Dyson's there to make the play. 1 away in the 11th. John, extra innings, is there that tendency for a batter to just always go for the home run? That sometimes extends games longer than maybe they should be?
Sure, of course. You think you're going to be the hero. You're looking for that one swing at the bat. It's been a long night. Usually it doesn't work out that way. You know, you think about the Royals, if they get some of their speed guys on, that's going to be their advantage. The Yankees have done a good job keeping them in check.
Here's Castro, 2 for 4, single, 2-run home run, reached on an E5 and grounded to third. Two and 0 from Pounders.
You know, we mentioned it before with regard to Castro and his recent hot streak that's been extended really over a month now. It's just getting good pitches to hit, getting himself in better counts.
Count 2-1.
Over the last month now, Castro's OPS, on base plus slugging percentage, up to .733. It's hovering in the 660s for the better part of the year.
Falls down on that one.
There's your classic example right there. You know, instead of thinking base hit or drive the ball back up the middle, it's back leg trying to go deep again for the second time tonight and be the hero. Had a good pitch to do it too.
A really hanging slider right there.
Line foul. We're in the 11th. It's a 4-4 game. The Royals led 4-0 after 5 innings of play, and 3 in the 6th for the Yankees, 1 in the 7th, and that's where we are. The 2-2. High drive, left field. Well, it's going to be a foul ball. That went a long way.
Make me a little nervous on the Royals bench. Pounders trying to give up some hanging sliders here to a guy who feasts on those types of pitches.
That one is driven into left center. Long run for Dyson. He's there, and he makes the play.
Fastball up and out, meant to be down and away, so certainly location in his second inning of work is not as good, and you see the frustration from Castro. He had some good pitches to swing at in that at bat.
Here's Brian McCann. McCann 0 for 4 tonight. 11 for 33 coming into this game. He's been hot. There's a strike from Pounders. Due up in the bottom of the 11th. Hosmer, Morales, and Perez. That's 61 home runs combined with those 3 players coming up.
And it's going to be against Blake Parker. Yankees don't have anybody warming up.
Broken bat and lined and caught on the fly by Mondesi, and that'll do it. So the Yankees 6 up, 6 down against Pounders as we go to the bottom of the 11th. It's a 4-4 game. One for the Royals. Cessa went 6, recovered after a rocky first 3 innings. Ian Kennedy 6 1/3. Kendrys Morales a 2-run home run. Starlin Castro a 2-run home run for the Yanks. So Blake Parker retired the side in order in the 10th. Now he has to face the heart of the order, 3, 4, and 5, starting with Hosmer, who homered in the 3rd. And a strike. And the 0-1. Chopped toward short. 1 away.
Little update, Michael, on some of the Yankee prospects down in AAA. Another catching prospect, Flash. Kyle Higashioka, his 21st home run. Really a nice story. A good defender. Really has suffered some injuries. Long-term time farmhand for the Yankees. Really stepped up this year. Playing in AAA with a great year. AA, AAA this year.
Morales batting from the left side, takes outside 1-0.
Another good catching prospect, which the Yankees have pumped out over the recent years. Francisco Cervelli, John Ryan Murphy. Obviously, Gary Sanchez here tonight.
And I'm sure during the offseason, after what he's done this year, a lot of people will be looking into Austin Romine. He did a good job. He's a very good catcher, and he certainly has hit enough.
He really has. And, he's done everything they've asked of him.
2-0 on Morales, who's 1 for 4 with that 2-run home run in the 1st. Three and 0. You have to be careful on this pitch. On deck, Salvador Perez. And he does swing 3-0 and fouls it off. First base coach of the Royals, Rusty Kuntz, who we talked about earlier, has a pretty interesting way to scout. He said, if you really want to know if a guy's a pull hitter, see how far the baseline coaches are out of the box. He said, if they don't think they can handle it in that painted box, and you know that that's what they think on their team is the way the guy's going to hit the ball. And Kuntz is pretty much almost in right field for Morales. 3-2, up the middle, off of Parker, and right to Headley. And let's see if Parker's okay. You score that 1-5-3 for the second out. Let's see if it even got him. No, it didn't. It was part of the mound. So he is obviously okay.
Big hop off the mound, really benefited Parker right there.
And that hits Perez. Obviously didn't do it on purpose. Breaking ball with no bite. So that puts the winning run on first. Now they have a very short bench, just 3 players, and they're going to send a pinch runner out for Perez. It's going to be Billy Burns.
Parker has been doing such a great job with his fastball, and this looked like a slider, maybe split. A little slider got away from him, backed up. Yep, good look at the slider spin right there. Doesn't do much.
So let's see if they have Burns go. You've got Gordon at the plate.
Remember Burns from the Oakland A's. He's got 14 stolen bases on the year, been caught 4 times. Not sure the steal is a possibility, but also Gordon hammering one to the gap. Give Burns the opportunity to score from first.
You know, I kind of agree with you, Flash. Maybe if Gordon gets to 2 strikes, you might take a chance, because if he gets thrown out, then Gordon gets a fresh count in the next inning.
See what Joe Girardi's thinking here. A lot of times you call a pitch out that first pitch, a couple of throwovers, pitch out.
Runner goes. The throw to second. Not in time. Stolen base for Burns.
Leaning, itching to go. Good jump. Sanchez with a rush.
Well, you watch Sanchez, you see the jump by Burns, a head first slide, but you watch Sanchez, his body moves towards third base. Watch him go out to the side, and then you're going to lose it to the right eventually. What you do behind the plate, your mistake right away was moving towards third base. Low ball to throw with, high result to second base. It's so hard as a catcher not to try to do too much back there. You know he's going, you think he's going.
So many variables involved. The pitcher, first of all, the delivery, the pitch, had to reach down and go get it.
All right, so what do you do if you're the Yankees? Do you pitch around Gordon? Obviously his run means nothing. They've got their righty swinging Orlando on deck.
I think I would take my chances with Orlando. But again, you would love, if the pitching coach Larry Rothschild is talking, but if that's what Joe Girardi wants, just put up 3 now, right? You know, I mean, intentionally walk him, don't make a mistake. Go get the right-hander.
You know, the problem from a stylistic standpoint, Parker, much like Chase and Shreve, almost throw the platoon splits out the window because their best pitch is a splitter, which is more effective against the opposite hand.
I'll have to decide then who's the more dangerous batter. And it looks like they're going to go after Gordon. 0 for 4 tonight. Winning runs at second base. We're in the bottom of the 11th. Now, one thing the Royals have done coming into this series, Gary Sanchez had thrown out 6 of 9 base runners. They have just been running at every opportunity. That's their game. They didn't care who was behind the plate. Burns has a good lead. Swing and a miss, chased a pitch way out of the zone. 2-1.
Yeah, since Larry Rothschild came out there, back-to-back splits, and they both missed badly. The veteran Gordon, I was surprised at that. I mean, he should know this situation. Probably not going to get a fastball to hammer.
Two-1. Missed outside, 3-1. Burns pinch running for Perez. Has stolen second. And the 3-1. So Gordon is walked. Wasn't exactly what John said, putting out the 3 fingers, but they weren't giving him anything over the plate. If he wanted to get himself out, which he almost did once, that was fine. So they'll take their chance with Orlando. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning. Royals won the first game Monday. Yankees won the second game last night. It's 4-4 in the rubber game with the winning run at second base. Paulo Orlando has scored a run. He's 0 for 4. Reached on an E5. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Yankees trying to force the 12th inning. Runner goes to third. Pitch misses high, so a stolen base for Burns.
That's big right there. Parker has that split finger. I mean, anything in the dirt. Gary Sanchez, who's caught a long game last night, long game tonight.
Mark Teixeira tells Parker, I'm not even going to play Gordon at first, so they will not hold Gordon on. Gordon goes, swing and a miss, 1-2. So that is defensive indifference with Gordon going to second. And now it comes down to Parker against Orlando.
He's thrown 2 fastballs right by him.
And the pitch fouled away. So now they want to talk it over with a runner on second base. Go through what they're thinking. No sign. Just go behind the plate and throw it.
His best option is his fastball. You know, we noticed the other night that the home run that Parker gave up to a right-handed batter was on a splitter. So his best finish pitch is the splitter. The problem is when you throw a splitter right-handed on right-handed, well, there's not a lot of margin for error. And if you leave it up, it is a damage type pitch that could be driven and pulled. I don't think he has a lot of confidence in his third pitch, the slider or curveball.
And also if it gets past Sanchez, that's the ball game as well, with Burns on third. The 1-2 fouled away. Run with the fastball.
He's done a really nice job keeping it on the outside corner. 4 of them out there, a couple by Orlando. The last 2 he's fouled off, and the location has been excellent.
Escobar's on deck. And the 1-2. Line drive right at Castro. Will go to the 12th. So Orlando hit it hard, but right at Sterling Castro. The Yankees bullpen, 5 hitless innings. Although this was close, it's still 4-4. 2 men out. Bottom of the 11th. Orlando at the plate, and here's what happened.
Sometimes you just need an atom ball. Chuck it in there, hit it at him.
And Parker pumped up. Going with a fastball again. This one leaked out more toward the plate, and Orlando hit it hard.
That was to your point, Flash. Once Burns got to third, really leery of throwing that splitter in the dirt. So just stayed with fastballs. Got away with it.
Another pitcher for the Royals now. It's the tall right-hander, Chris Young. Yankees saw him on Monday. Worked out of the bullpen, 13 starts for the Royals as well. They'll face Headley. Pitch outside, 1-0.
It's not too hard to tell the problem there when you see Chris Young's numbers on the year. 26 home runs in 80 innings.
2-0. Drew Butera takes over behind the plate as they had pinch run for Salvador Perez. Now, if Headley gets on, you might see Torreyes come in to run. And remember, Judge is on deck, not Hicks. We still have not received word on the injury that forced Hicks out of the game. He was running to first and then seemed to pull up a bit. Took a long time to come back to the dugout. Line drive, right field. That is going to dunk in for a base hit. So Headley is 2 for 5, and the leadoff guy is on. And let's see if they pinch run for him. Looks like they'll stay with Headley because obviously Judge isn't going to bunt.
It's a blooper kind of game tonight, right? All the way around. The line drives don't work. You got to bloop them in.
So here's Judge, who had a home run yesterday. And there goes Headley. Pitches low, throw to second. Not in time. Who needs a pinch runner? So Headley with a stolen base.
Well, the element of surprise for Chase Headley. You got to love it. 5th stolen base on the year. Has only been thrown out once. You tend to forget about him. Low throw for Butera to deliver one to second base, and Headley in there easily.
Young, very slow delivery to home plate there.
See what Aaron Judge is thinking right here. We know he's got plenty of power. Is he a situational hitter? Can he drive one the other way to advance Headley to third? He wasn't thinking about it there.
Mondesi shades up the middle. Right side is essentially open. Yankees have 8 hits. The Royals have 6. It's 4-4. 1-2. Well, we've seen from Judge a lot. I wonder if you see this as well, John. He takes a lot of pitches right down the middle.
You know, he's patient, but in this situation, your zone should be out over the plate and drive one the other way. That ball was perfect for it.
Strike 3. Judge down looking. You just can't have that sort of at bat in that situation.
Well, the first pitch was a ball and he swung at it, and then he took 2 strikes. That's just caught thinking too much. Instead of just being aggressive, see it and hit it. That's how you get worked over.
We're in the 12th inning. It's 4-4. Here is Brett Gardner. Gardner 1 for 5 tonight. He singled in the 7th inning, and that was important because it moved Hicks from first to third, and then Hicks scored on the sac fly by Ellsbury to tie the game. Ben Heller is up. Gardner thinking bunt, pitch outside.
Love it. Thinking about bunting for a hit. Cuthbert was playing back, and now he's going to have to come in and open up even more of a hole on the left side for Gardner to shoot at. So just the threat of a bunt paying dividends and adjusting the defensive alignment.
There's a base hit to right field. Can Headley score? Orlando Fields. They hold Headley up. The throw is way high and over everybody, and that allows Gardner to go to second. So a base hit and an E9, and the Yankees have runners on second and third and one out.
Well, we'll see what kind of jump Headley gets. A little flat-footed, not bad. And you see Joe Espada. Orlando had the ball right when Chase Headley got to third base, and obviously the throw was airmailed. So Brett Gardner able to go to second base.
So Dave Island comes out and talks with Chris Young.
I wonder if part of this conversation, obviously strategy, and you got Ellsbury up there and you got Sanchez on deck. I wonder if he's reminding Drew Butera, you know what, Ellsbury has a catcher's interference. You had that the other night when you came in the game. Walk him.
So they'll take their chance with the rookie Gary Sanchez, and they'll set up a double play all around. So an intentional walk to Ellsbury. Last week, they were walking Sanchez to get to the cleanup batter. Now they're walking Ellsbury to get to Sanchez. There's ball 4. So the bases are loaded here in the 12th for the Yankees. And they issue the challenge to Gary Sanchez. Sanchez doubled over the head of Orlando in the first, grounded to short in the 4th, walked and scored in the 6th, grounded to third in the 7th, struck out in the 10th. So with the bases loaded, now Young is going to walk or work from the full windup. Headley's at third, Gardner at second, Ellsbury's at first. One man out. And Young deals. There's a strike.
Your Gary Sanchez, set your sights out over the plate and up. You want to get something in the air to the middle of the field at least. Stay away from that ground ball.
Blocked there by Butera.
Good play. It's a breaking ball that you expect to go the other way. It backs up a little bit. Butera does a nice job leading with his glove. The body follows.
The 1-1. And that got Butera. They got him on the bare hand. 1-2.
I'll let you handle this one, Flash.
Yep, that'll leave a mark. You know, and obviously Ned Yost worrying because it's his backup catcher. Perez already out of the game. Ooh. The fingers go numb. It takes a little while to get the sensation back. Obviously, you'd want it behind your leg or behind a shin guard.
It's right there.
Yep.
Jeff Kellogg gave him all the time he needed.
Ned Yost is looking out there like, it's all you, kid. We don't have anybody else to go back there.
See the redness on the knuckles.
The 1-2.
What a job. What a great job. Foul ball off the hand. You can't feel it. And then the next pitch is spiked in the dirt. You block it perfectly. Great job.
The tools of ignorance.
A 2-2 count on Sanchez. Bases loaded, 1 out. We're in the 12th. 4-4 game. Can the rookie come up big here? Time is called. And now Butera wants to talk with Young. Young is the 7th pitcher used by Ned Yost. Ian Kennedy started 6 relievers. They only have 8 in their bullpen. Strom is left, and Soria is left. 2-2. Grounded foul. Still 2-2.
Sanchez pulling off a little bit. Looks like he's a little quick, maybe trying to pull. Young's not going to beat you with velocity.
He's reading fastball on their cutters. So he's reacting and swinging at fastballs, and there's not enough velocity and a little bit of cut on those, even though they're up. Expecting more out of that pitch, and he's not getting it.
And the 2-2. Line drive caught by Cuthbert for the second out.
Doesn't pay to hit the ball hard.
It's not a line drive kind of night, but Sanchez takes the first pitch, probably the best one to hit right there, the cutter. Down again with another cutter, and up, another good pitch to hit, but just never getting there. And down again, same pitches, all of them right there, high cutters. Another one right there, he got down. Sanchez all over it. Line drives don't work in this particular game.
Mark Teixeira takes low, 1-0.
Good job by Headley, yes.
The 1-0. 2-0 on Teixeira. Mark is 1 for 5 tonight. He singled in the 4th. Big at bat for the veteran switch hitter. Three and 0. No place to put Mark Teixeira.
It's hard to think of a better hitter with the bases loaded than Mark Teixeira. Such a good eye, always seems to work the count.
And there's strike 1 with a fastball.
This was always, you knew he was going to take there. This one's always the question. Do you make him take another? Or you really got to be looking one zone if you're swinging the bat.
Grounded to short, and the Yankees don't get it done. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Young wiggles out of trouble. Will go to the bottom of the 12th, tied at 4. For the second time in the series, looks like he swung at ball 4 in a big spot, and that forces the bottom of the 12th inning, still tied at 4. You think that's out of the zone? It's pretty darn close. And even if he took it, it's still only 3-2. It was a 3-1 pitch. He didn't try to pull it. He hit it up the middle, but Escobar was right there. So the Yankees waste an opportunity, a major opportunity, and who knows if they come up in the 13th as they go to the rookie, Ben Heller. And now there's really no safety net for Ben Heller. He's got to do this himself because they're not even going to think about going to Betances unless it's a safe situation. And after throwing 2+ yesterday, Clippard's not available in all likelihood today. So Alcides Escobar leads off. And Heller starts him off with a fastball strike. Bottom of the 12, 4-4. Goes breaking ball 0-2. This has been some series. Yankees brought up the tying run in the 9th inning when they lost 8-5 on Monday. A nail biter yesterday with the bases loaded. In extra innings, they win 5-4. And now we're in the 12th, 4-4. Tap to second base. Castro gets Escobar one away in the 12th. Meredith Morakovitz tells us that Aaron Hicks left the game with a right hamstring strain. Here's Mondesi. Heller got into trouble yesterday, getting ahead in the count and then trying to go with a breaking ball that hit him on the back foot. Chopped to first but foul. And a broken bat. This is certainly baptism under fire for Ben Heller. They are not easing him into this. He is in high leverage moments at the start of his big league career. Highly thought of, highly regarded, a big part of the pickup from the Indians in the Andrew Miller deal, but still a neophyte at this level. Pitching in pressure-packed moments, the 0-1. 0-2, you can see why they like him. He throws hard.
He throws hard. You like his aggressiveness. I mean, he's getting right back on the mound, looking into Gary Sanchez, working quickly, not overthinking things.
And the 0-2. Right back to Heller. Underhands to Teixeira. 2 away.
Well, not only good velocity, but natural life to his fastball. When it's down, it kind of sinks. When it's up, it kind of runs. So hard to teach that kind of ability. Either you have it or you don't. Just natural movement on your fastball.
Here's Gerard Dyson. He's 0 for 3. Walk, stolen base, sack, bunt. And a nice play by Gardner took away what could have been a triple in the 10th inning. Hit it right down the line. Two and 0. And there's a strike. The 2-1. Up the middle. Grabbed by Gregorius. Fires to first and gets Dyson. So a good inning for the rookie Heller. 3 ground balls. The Royals go down 1-2-3. And we go to the lucky 13th, 4-4.
Opportunities in the 12th. Brett Gardner hammers one to right field. Chase Headley gets to third base. Right when Orlando got the ball, Espada held him up. The high throw, maybe you had an opportunity right there. Gary Sanchez, a rocket to third base, comes up empty. And then Mark Teixeira may be swinging at a pitch out of the strike zone on a 3-1 count. So some wasted opportunities in the top of the 12th for the New York Yankees.
1 for 8 with runners in scoring position, 9 men left on base. Has not been a great series for the Yankees in that sense. 3 for 7 on Monday, which isn't bad. 2 for 16 yesterday, 1 for 8 today. 6 for 31, that's 194 in this series with runners in scoring position. So Didi has another opportunity to extend his hitting streak to 12 straight. He's 0 for 4 with a sac fly and an 0-1 count, 1-0 count, should I say. No, it is 1-1 now after that ball. Young deals. Grounded to first and off the glove of Hosmer as Gregorius will reach, and that will be a base hit. That was a hot shot down the line and Hosmer could not handle. So it's a 12-game hitting streak for Didi. And now the Yankees have the go-ahead run on base.
Well, Didi's always been so quick inside all year long. Trying to come in there, and he just gets him out of there. I mean, he is down and in. There's a nitro zone for Gregorius.
Wow, hometown scoring a little odd. They gave Hosmer an error. Nope, now they just changed it to a hit. So they first put up error, and now it is a hit. So the hitting streak is 12 straight. Here's Castro. Gregorius leads off first. Blocked by Butera. Matt Strahm, the young left-hander, is up. Brian McCann is on deck.
It's a good matchup for Castro. Good high ball hitter. Young, a high ball pitcher.
Fouled away. We are in the 13th inning of play in Kansas City. Didi gets back.
Kind of the opposite of the great Ralph Kiner line flash. He was a low ball hitter and a high ball drinker. So.
Runner goes. Grounded foul. Didi had that base stolen.
See Young very slow to home plate, so you steal off the pitcher first and foremost.
And the 1-2. Hit sharply and past Cuthbert and down the left field line. Gregorius will go to third. Castro's at second. And the Yankees have runners on second and third. And nobody out here in the 13th. Boy, Castro has been red hot. 3 more hits tonight. A big double there. And that will force Yost to go to the bullpen. Cuthbert had no chance on this. So Young is done. They'll bring in the rookie left-hander Matt Strahm to face Brian McCann. Yankees looking to break the tie in the 13th. Rookie to come into in 11 big league games, 20 strikeouts, 14 and 2/3 innings, a 0.61 ERA. He's given up 6 hits in 14 and 2/3. Doesn't walk many, and he's in a big spot right here as the Royals bring the infield in. Only Soria remains in the bullpen. Yankees have runners on second and third, nobody out. McCann against Strahm. 1-0. 0 for 5, McCann. And the 1-0. 2-0. How about Castro? He does not want August to end. Another big night. Been on base 4 times. Single, double, home run. And he stepped the Yankees up right here. 2-0. Got the fastball by him, 2-1. And on the East Coast, unfortunately for Castro, August is over, but here in the Midwest, August still exists. Two 1. 2-2. On deck, Chase Headley. The 2-2. This should get a run in. Fly ball to Gordon. He'll make the catch over his shoulder. Tagging is Didi. He'll score. Castro moves to third. It's a sac fly for McCann, and the Yankees move ahead 5-4.
Well, good job by Brian McCann, just kind of hanging in there and forcing the ball the other way. Strahm was throwing everything out over the plate. Just tuck that front shoulder, let it get deep. Don't have to get a base hit, you just have to drive and get it up in the air. Nice job of situational hitting.
2 for 1. Get the RBI and advance Castro to third.
Now they're going to intentionally walk Headley. And that was almost a strike. And that means they'll pitch the Judge with runners on first and third. 1 man out. Headley 2 for 5 at short of night where he could have had a lot more. He's really been on everything. There's ball 3. And there's the intentional walk. So, first and third for Judge. And Judge's only at bat tonight. He struck out looking. Took pitches right down the middle of the plate. Almost seemed like he was outthinking himself. Let's see what he does here against Strahm. Now they'll back up for the double play. Seems like Judge either strikes out or hits fly ball, so I don't know how likely it is to hit into a double play. Castro's at third. Headley, who has already stolen second, he's at first. Judge calls time, something in his eye. Pitch is high. So 1-0 on Judge. And Butero will go out and talk with Strahm. And the Yankees get up their closer, Dellin Betances.
Just in case you were wondering, yes. He's going to get ready and available.
There's a strike. 2-1. Like to give him some breathing room and maneuverability with another run here. The 3-1. For the Royals in the bottom of the 13th, it'll be Cuthbert, Hosmer, and Morales. 2, 3, and 4 in their order. So nothing easy in the bottom of the inning. And the pitch popped up and out of play, so the count 3-2. Headley leads off first. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. High fastball. Might have chased out of the zone there. A little bit anxious. 2 away.
Indeed, Michael. First fastball, really. He saw the whole at bat, and it is up at the neck above the letters.
So big spot for Gardner, who has 2 hits tonight and 6 at bats. There's a strike from Strahm. Yankees lead 5-4. That's what they won last night by that score. One and one. Castro's at third. Headley is at first. 1 run already in on the McCann fly ball. 5-11-1 for the Yankees. 4-6-2 for the Royals. Yankees have left 9 runners on base. Kansas City 6. 1-1. 1-2. 1-2 is chopped to third. Cuthbert gets Gardner, and that'll do it. But the Yankees take the lead. How do they do it? Gregorius leads off with a single off the glove of Hosmer. Then Castro. He doubles inside third. And then McCann with a sac fly. Bottom of the 13th with a 5-4 lead, and they've saved Betances for this moment. They've gotten through with Shreve, Lane, Warren, Parker, Heller, and now they'll ask Dellin Betances to try to nail it down. 110 strikeouts and 62 2/3 innings pitched. Yankees trying to take 2 out of 3 from the Kansas City Royals. This will be Betances' 62nd game of the year.
There's some good news and some bad news for Dellin Betances here in this inning. The bad news, he's going to go right through the heart of the lineup and some of the power guys. The good news, he's staying away from some of the speedsters like Mondesi and Dyson. We all know that the running game a big part against Dellin Betances, so see how it plays out.
2 innings yesterday. He wanted to go a third. Girardi stayed away from that, and that allows him to pitch here tonight. So we'll start it off with Cuthbert. Way outside with a breaking ball, 1-0.
Hey, we're the only game left, Michael. That's it.
Well, everybody's watching. The 1-0. 2-0. 2 breaking balls, nowhere near the plate. Way inside with the fastball.
Wow. 2 breaking balls that he yanked badly down and away. A fastball he airmails up and in. Betances off to a rough start.
It's kind of the way this series has gone.
3-0. Lays it right in there. There's a strike. Three-1, swing and a miss. Powered the fastball by him. 3-2. Does he go fastball again or a breaking ball, which he hasn't had command of in this at bat? They went with the breaking ball and missed. If he drops it on the outside corner, it's strike 3. But he misses outside. So the tying run's on first base. Base runners are 18 for 18 against Betances. Girardi said today he thought yesterday Betances certainly gave Sanchez a chance and that a good throw would have gotten the runner. We'll see if Cuthbert will be going.
He only has 1 stolen base on the year.
So the breaking ball's not there for Betances, and he might just have to go power against these guys. Hosmer's faced him 4 times without a hit. And he struck out 3 times in those 4 at-bats.
You know, Betances has developed a little bit of a slide step, and while that's good against the running game, he's not very experienced with it. And that first pitch, you could see he was way off.
He finally gets a breaking ball over the plate, 1-1.
Learning how to pitch with an abbreviated leg kick when you've never really used one, very difficult thing for a lot of pitchers, especially somebody like Betances, a drop and drive and long arm style.
Right back to Betances, caught it between his legs. There's one on the first. It's a double play. 1-6-3. How did Betances catch that? 2 away, and the Yankees are 1 out away from a win. We have got to see that again.
Yes. Through the legs, then the pie toss, and the turn.
Yeah, the throw concerned me more than anything. He comes up with it probably more surprised than anybody else. And watch this shot put right here. Wow.
Didi almost called a fair catch. And then fired to first. Here's Kendrys Morales. And a fastball strike, 100 miles an hour. Here it is in real time.
Great job by Gregorius as he threw a seed over there to make up for the lapse of time from Betances.
That one is lined to right field. Judge is there, and the Yankees win 5-4. The Yankee bullpen 7 hitless innings tonight. The Yankees came into Kansas City and faced the hottest team in baseball, and they took 2 out of 3. They've now jumped ahead of Kansas City in the wild card standings, and with Baltimore losing, the Yankees are just 2.5 games out of that second wild card, and they go into Baltimore and start a 3-game set on Friday. These are the standings. The Orioles and the Tigers are now tied for that second wild card. Astros a game behind. Yankees 2.5, the Royals 3, and the Mariners 4. So they have jumped over a couple.